insurance and coverage on every one of those vehicles. Absolutely every single one. So it's an easy market. So guess what? Of course, we're going to have marketing and advertising material for that. It's an easy, small profit to get through, and every dollar counts when you're in the insurance world. Have you not heard this before? Do you not know this? Or is your Canadian ass so fucking retarded and so cocksuckingly up Trudeau's fucking rear end that you don't know how America works after 4 years of being on the internet in Clubhouse?
I'd like to thank our good friend Brad for bringing this up. There's an easy way to decide. Let's just put this issue aside and visit it in a year. Now, I'm stating quite definitively that 1 year from now, we'll be in this room together and there will be self-driving cars all over Atlanta. So everyone in Atlanta will have a chance to use them, and all over Austin, Texas, and they will be all over Phoenix. So anyone living in those three cities will see that I'm 100% correct. Now, until that happens, why don't we just change the subject to something else and let the facts a year from now speak for themselves?
There
Yeah,
will.
and I will say this. You said that 2 years ago. You said that in Clubhouse season two. You said it in Clubhouse season three. And you would go on stages and you would go, here's my proof. And people would just kind of like laugh you off and try to change the subject because they were just bored and didn't want to do this. And like I said, you haven't learned from those prior seasons. You're like the rerun of All in the Family. It was good for the 70s. It sucks today. I'm going to be honest. The Cosby Show. It was good in the 80s. It's fucking shitty today. It's Family Ties, whatever you want to pick, whatever fucking genre you want to go with. It was good for its time. It was funny. It was kind of quaint, but now
Like
it's
a
done.
tight.
The
Well,
comedy
next
What
year
show's
he's
done.
next year he's going to be right, Brad. It's going to be in Phoenix and Austin. They're pissed at California, maybe
what do
not
you
so
guys
much, but in warm climates, and the
Okay,
cars are
so
getting
so a
built.
year from now, if there is not thousands everywhere, like you said, Atlanta, Austin, Arizona,
I
where
didn't
else did I
say
say?
Atlanta, the warm
No, no, no,
climate.
no. We heard Atlanta. We heard
You
Atlanta.
heard it. I said Phoenix and Austin.
Phoenix and Austin. So the three of you, the cities, because I just
Right.
drove through Austin, and I can tell you, guess how many self-driving cars I saw on the
You
highways and
saw
roads?
just
Saw
very few.
zero, zero.
Except you couldn't tell if a car was driving itself on the road.
Really?
Yeah, because we're driving, these cars are driving.
Have you driven through Austin on the highways? Have you used those roads there? They still drive like it's fucking they're drunk NASCAR drivers
Sure.
trying to figure out what a right turn is. Are you fucking kidding me that they're gonna put self-driving cars and
Those
mix them
cars
up
have
with the
to drive in
traffic?
those situations. We have to drive with the flow of traffic. We can't drive the speed limit and have someone up our ass or cause an accident. They're made to drive with the flow of traffic. But
Brad, I don't
there's,
think you've kept up with
hold
the
on
latest
one second.
software
There
updates of Tesla
there will be
FSD.
regulatory in every state. So you have to get this approved in every state. And one reason that Elon is so much with this new president is that he's hoping to get national regulatory approval without having to go state by state. But Waymo has already done this in every one of those states. So they have established the standard, and you just can't say no to self-driving cars anymore because Waymo has done the hard work in the legal part.
can we talk about the title? Brad, what do you think about the title?
With can of worm? I don't know what the title's to.
Prefer a can of just one worm because that means that they won't procreate, which means you won't eventually have one can of worms. You'll just have one worm you can have
Well,
as a friend.
It can be a tapeworm and then you cut it into smaller pieces.
Ah, la, 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 la.
there are also worms in the desert that have to figure out how to procreate without a mate.
They can mate themselves.
So what we have right now, Brad, is the latest update that is the basis for self-driving cars coming out to every Tesla by Christmas, 2016 and forward. And yeah, it's here. And it's pretty exciting to go door to door, have a car that can find its own parking place, that can go from my driveway to the destination. Because if it's a self-driving car, it's going to have to pick people up. And now we're here. And these cars are learning by vision. Not,
Imagine this. Imagine this. You're all excited for something that takes you from one destination to another, that can find a parking spot, that can, I don't know, navigate that, park it, get through traffic, navigate the terrain. And you want it automated because you're too fat, fucking lazy
excuse
incel
me.
that,
Don't label me like that. I drive
like, wait,
50% of the
wait.
time myself. I'm saying as
You
far
don't,
as
I don't
safety,
care. So, like, again, for safety, you think the automation is
Don't
going to
call
make
him
it
fat,
safer?
Brad.
Oh,
eight
fat.
cameras are safer than one tired individual.
Really?
Absolutely, yes.
Where's the data on that? Show me how many
Tesla
accidents in
has
a year.
3 billion miles of data. They collect data
Okay,
on
so
every
stop
car
here,
that's
dipshit,
driving.
because guess what? Self-driving cars are in the mainframe of society. So when you sit there and say there's 3 billion miles of data, I bet you there is. There's sensors, there's prior gauges, but it's
Yes, there
still a
are.
fucking guess because they're not in the main fray of modern day traffic. They're not in bumper to bumper. They're not in rush hour, and they don't exist up
Absolutely, they
fucking
are,
north.
sir.
No, they are not,
20%.
sir, in any significant way. You do
It
your
makes
test
you
run and
look
then say,
not
look at how
informed
safe
when
it
you
is
say
while you
that,
have
because
protective
just
cars
because
around
you
it.
don't know about it and you're angry and someone pissed in your
Uh,
Cheerios today, um, it doesn't
no,
make
I'm
it
not
not true.
angry. It's just the
You
dumb
really do
clubhouse
sound
season
angry,
2
Brad.
people. No, I'm not angry. It's Christmas. I think there's so much more. You had debt ceilings. You have all of this shit going on right now. A lot of people are going to face the new year, maybe out of
I
work.
met
There's going
you.
to be change. There's going to be all of these things. And here up here is an idiot posting marketing research from a fucking reinsurance company.
I
You who's like the
understand that
fucking
research is
the
wrong and not
Tesla
right.
fucking cheerleader with pom poms and fake boobies. And then you got the Canadian. Like literally, that there's so much going on. Trudeau has to resign. He faces massive backlash. The economics situation and factors in Canada are like a little bit
Well,
going concerning.
we
But you know
actually
what?
talk
You
about
get
that
your
in other
automated car
rooms. It's
and
not
your
like
sex
we're sitting
robot.
here just talking about that. Okay? And we
Yeah,
talk
you know
about it all
what?
day
You go
long.
ahead and get your sex robot and your automated car. And you know what? Thank you. I can't wait for progress because some of you guys, I understand why you can't find women. I
Wow.
absolutely 100% understand why you can't find women.
Hey, hey, Brad, Christmas is racist.
Okay,
Not per me,
why are you
not
guys
per me, but per someone else.
why are you guys like I'm confused. Why are you guys personal attacking each other?
I'm not.
Who said some of you can't get laid or get a woman? That's a personal attack, Brad. Let them be.
I said some of these guys, but if you want to take it as a personal insult,
No, no,
by
not
all
me.
means,
To
Merry Christmas
them.
and
To
Happy Hanukkah,
them.
Happy New Year, Kwanzaa, whatever you want to
I
believe in.
have multiple partners, Brad. I'm saying it's a personal attack to those men.
If the shoe, like, listen, hit hose will holler. So if the shoe fits, wear it. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just like it is what it is. Like if Hikima says, Brad, you're a white guy, duh, I'm a white guy. If I go up to Hikima and say he's a black guy, duh, he's a black guy. If I go to Paul and say, Paul, you're a northerner, he's gonna go, duh, I am. Like you can call out the
Brad,
obviouses.
do you wanna do 2 minutes meditation as a group?
No,
Deep breath in, deep breathe out. Deep
This is
breath in,
what I expected.
deep breath out.
Hi, King.
You got to do the ohm a little bit more from the diaphragm.
She has a cute. Oh,
Why don't you take the lead, King? You do the om.
Why? Because my name?
No, if you because you said I'm doing it wrong. If you know how to do it correctly, why don't you do it?
It's supposed to be ohm like that. But
Okay, then do it.
why? Does everyone want me to do it in the room?
Yes, we're doing a 2 minutes meditation.
You just sound like Eddie Murphy on Golden Child. King.
Based. So I have 100. So Brad will probably like this. I have 100 emails from employees of mine that are on Navy contracts saying, "Holy shit! Joe Biden just signed an executive order saying Christmas Eve is now considered a federal holiday. I'm putting in holiday time." I said, "Well, hold on a second. Your contract only shows 11 federal holidays." Well, it says below that contractors are required to provide their employee. So I've reached out to the contracting officers. They all say denied. We won't allow you to amend your contract for the extra holiday. So now I got to. That's how the government.
We're hearing you. You're breaking in and
I
out,
don't
but
understand how you guys are in Matrix in America. Do you guys have like internet? I don't get this.
It's
No,
called geography and topography.
yes.
I have, I have an Osama phone, and it causes these
We
problems.
did hear the gist of what you said that by executive
Yeah.
order, Christmas Eve is a federal holiday. Now, if the government's shut down, your contract workers are not working, right?
Correct, but here's the thing, right? Because it's considered a federal holiday, and so when Trump did this in 2019, right, he put a clause in the executive order saying that contracts will be amended for contractors. So in other words, my company would get paid for the 12th federal holiday, so I can allow my employees to take off, not a problem, and I'll get paid for it. In this case, there was no, and all the liaisons to the White House that spoke to the commands where I do business. I'm not going to name them all, obviously, but basically those liaisons all said there's no intention from the White House to put that in to the executive order. So basically, contractors are screwed, contracting companies are screwed, but contract employees must be given a paid day off. But I didn't put that in my bid, and I didn't put that in my contract because the federal government said there was only 11 federal holidays, and so yeah, so I get screwed thanks to good old Joe, parting shot, right? But yes, if they're furloughed, but some of my guys are mission essential guys, like they do HM&E work on ships and stuff like that. So a lot of my guys will still be able to work because they're considered mission essential.
So wait, was this just for federal contractors or a general declaration that
Yeah.
Christmas is an official federal
Check it
holiday?
out. Check it out. I think you can Google it. Let me tell you the exact executive order. Hold on. It's an executive order. Give it to me. But I think it pertains to federal employees. And hold on. Let me just open up my email. What the hell is it? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. It is Executive Order 11582, granting December 24th, 2024 as a federal holiday. Just Google it. Executive Order 11582. You'll see.
Joe Biden going out with a bang. I like it.
Yeah, but that's not good. You're screwing small business owners.
He helping workers. I'm for the workers.
Yeah, federal workers are getting out. I mean, the same thing Donald Trump did in 2019. Exact same thing, except we
Hekima,
put a
I'm gonna
clause.
beat you with a stick.
Did
Here
you
we
say with
go.
the steak? Did you say with the
Stick,
steak?
stick,
Oh, okay.
stick. Because yesterday I told him I'll slap you. He's like, I'll like that. So now I'm telling him I'm gonna hit him with a stick.
I might like that too, Sarah. Come on, let's find out.
So King, that EO was actually filed by Richard Nixon in '71. He just filed an amendment on it, adding on December 24th because they already had December 25th in there. So he added an extra day. I mean, I'm a state employee, so for me, like if that applies to me, I get a whole extra holiday. I'm not going to complain. Oh God, Hakima, please don't restart this self-driving car debate, please.
Oh no, I have none to add on self-driving cars.
Yeah, we're not talking about self-driving cars. We moved on.
We're talking about fascism right now. The people want to beat people
Oh,
with
okay.
sticks.
I think fascism is a more interesting topic. So thank you, Hakima.
Paul, have you seen the Neo Grenadier? This is my kind of car since we're going to do cars. But Look it up. It is basically the old style Land Rover Defender, but stripped out of all the computers. It is not, like it's got four on the floor, brand new, off the line. I'm like I think I might be in love. No
There's
computers.
there's something out there for everybody. I have
Hey,
seen it. It's old school now. It's great in an old school way.
I'm driving my Subaru until the engine falls out and explodes. So everybody can
Can
get
someone
battery
ping
Which
self-charging.
isn't that
Marshall?
far with the Subaru.
Can
My car,
someone ping Marshall, please? He was slurring last night,
Marshall!
so I couldn't
Where
have
is
a
he?
conversation with him, but I want to know why he called me a white woman.
Where is he? I don't see him here. I don't see him.
Are you white?
With Marshall late at night, he is forgiven.
No, I'm
What
not,
he might
and
Is
he
say.
Middle
said it
Eastern
multiple
white?
times.
Is
No, I'm
do you
not.
consider Middle Eastern white?
Well, my DNA says I'm not
I
white,
ask
though.
sincerely. Right. I'm just curious.
No, I've done a 23andMe,
No, I'm
and I'm
curious
I'm
if
I'm
some.
100% Asian. I'm actually North African, Indian, Pakistani. I don't know if those are white. I don't get it, but I'm 100% Asian. North Asia,
Cool.
South Asia, Central. Yeah. And North Africa. So, but I want to know why he called me a white woman.
I'm sure he'll come in and tell you.
I just need someone to ping him.
And I know Marshall, if he's wrong, he'll apologize. I think he just made a quick peek at your PTR and decided. I don't think he really knows any of our nationalities, right?
No, he didn't know we were joking. Hakima called me a fascist. And then the title above opened up, and then he told me I don't know how. I don't know. He just says stupid things.
Yeah, Paul, it's funny. We have to basically pay for shit that works.
I mean, at that price point, I might as well go buy an old like '80s Land Rover and just redo it myself.
I just pulled up the website and they're offering 2.9% financing for 6 months and $2,000 in OEM parts or
Wow.
accessories. I'm sorry, accessories.
So the 2.9%, that's an intro APR, and then they're probably going to jack it up to 7 or 8% after the intro period.
Apparently, the guy who built this was really upset at the fact that Range Rover now you have to buy two of them because they're always in the shop. So if you want a Range Rover or Land Rover, you have to buy two. So you have the spare to and drive while yours is getting worked on. But I love the fact that someone said, you know what, enough with all this shit. It costs too much. It's too expensive. I hate the price tag like you, but I mean. I can fix pretty much everything on here in my own driveway.
And that's your best argument too. I mean, anything with a chip in it, you're locked into the dealer, and that's it's never good.
The modern Land Rovers are basically glorified Ford Explorers. They are junk.
Hakima, if you're not black, what are you?
Have you ever seen somebody with black skin before?
Have I seen what?
A person with black skin.
Have I seen black skin?
Yes. Have you seen anyone with black skin before?
No. It's
Me
shades
either.
of
So
brown.
so why would I call myself black?
Oh, come on. You know what? Okay, so that's why you don't call yourself black. That
So
makes sense.
I
Got
want
it.
to know why.
Got it.
I want to know where it even came from. It's a weird term to describe a person.
Well, they it's like me saying I'm not Persian. There's no Persia, but Iranians they call themselves Persian. So, but I get what you
But
mean.
it's based on your
I agree with
nationality.
you. We got
Okay,
shades
okay,
of brown. We
right.
got shades of brown, and that's why I get mad at people saying I'm white, because there's more than white and black. There are different shades in there. Asians are absolutely not white, and
And it,
people
It's
and it,
not
don't
even
want to
it,
acknowledge that.
it's not even white. It's more like a peach type of
We have
color.
olive, we have light brown, we have
Yeah.
dark brown. So what Hekima says is absolutely correct. We don't have black skin, and I agree with that. And I don't
and
even like that.
in America, black is a status that basically means a loss of rights. You don't have any rights. It's like it falls under the category
Okay,
of the
with
Latin
this
phrase
part of
sit,
what
sit.
you
Hold on
say,
one
I don't
second.
agree.
It's not about agreeing. It's just a fact. But it falls under the category of civilitiae mortuus, dead in the eyes of the law. So I would not classify it as being dead in the eyes of the law.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the case because there's absolutely no support for that. But just really
It
quickly
really
before
is though.
the topic, there is no though. So the Land Rover is notorious, from what I understand, having electrical problems, and this is actually from the horse's mouth. I guess one of my clients, their friend oversees the Chinese plants that do chips for Land Rovers, and they themselves would never said they would never buy a Land Rover because it has so many electrical.
Well, that's comforting. Sounds like offshoring is really doing wonders for our product quality control there.
That's why, like with any kind of appliance, you gotta stick with first world countries, South Korea, Japan.
So I was chatting with my IT guy yesterday. Like we were discussing sort of future, if Trump starts putting in place tariffs, how are we going to start sourcing our cheap IT stuff? And we were talking about the offshoring trend, and what he said was Intel is potentially going to start looking for a buyout next year because they missed the boat on AI chips. So if you're looking for cheap Intel stuff, you might want to wait 6 months, and then you can grab that when it goes on super discount sale.
You mean the computer chips?
Yeah.
Are they
Wait,
still
that
even in the game? I thought AMD completely kind of destroyed
didn't wait,
the competition.
They
but
did.
didn't Intel get a huge subsidy? Like they're part
Yep.
of the chip plan. They
Yeah,
got
they
huge
did.
amounts of money.
They did. And they're still going to be looking for a buyout next year because they still
So
can't
they
pull
became
any money.
Solyndra. Fucking way to go.
I mean, this is the way it goes. Intel missed the boat 5 years ago on AI chips, and now they're screwed. So let's just dump
Yep.
another 5 billion in there, and we can nationalize them. It's great.
Jesus Christ! What a quagmire!
Yeah, I'm just looking it up real quickly. Yeah, they're the biggest. They're the largest one that got the most money out of the CHIPS Act. So, and it was going to be all of this in a bag of chips. And I hate this. I say it all the time. Roger said it. Paul said it. Sometimes when the federal government, a lot of the times, messes in with the economy and does this shit, you know that it's just going to end badly, and it inevitably always fails.
Well, I mean, I've been working for government for almost 10 years, and very rarely have I seen them taking over a private sector, business and running it well. It generally seems like a shit show. The reason the Chinese produce stuff so cheaply is because they have such high government subsidies and such low labor costs that they can basically produce things for free at this point and get away with it.
And they have no respect for intellectual property, so they can just steal the shit and recreate it.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, most of the Chinese self-driving vehicles, their software was originally an IP ripoff of what Elon was experimenting with in Shanghai back in like 2019, and then they just went in and stole the software, upgraded it slightly, and then rolled it out.
Yeah, but they never do it quite as well. And actually, in his plant, and I'm not saying that they haven't had stuff stolen and they have had to sue certain people when it's egregious, but those people in Shanghai make the highest quality Teslas with the least defects at the highest rate. They are half of Tesla's profit and production in that one plant.
God. Well, that's great.
Tesla actually owns that building. It's the first time that Chinese have allowed American company to come in and actually own the property, not the land under it, but the building itself. Not that it
Yeah,
makes
Well, my understanding is that Tesla is not a well-built car. While people like sit there and go, "Oh, it's got the technological advance," and they sometimes like their performance, which I can't figure out why. Um, but when you look at the overall complaints on the build qualities and the quality of the car itself, they're shit. I laugh at people who buy them, and I'm like, man,
well, that's
do
3 or 4
your
year old information. I mean, obviously they have
so
a
like.
reputation for that, and especially in 2018 when he was just trying to stay afloat and wasn't making money, a lot of that was happening. But there's been a lot of improvement since then too. And
I've
I'm
seen
going to say this, and I'll shut up. 82% of Tesla owners would buy it again. They have one of the highest oil owner loyalty of any product.
I've seen pictures from people who bought Cybertrucks where they're already rusting out and they're having issues with the engines like dying
Right.
on.
Engines, yes. Rust is not happening. It's actually airborne particles that land and look like rust on the stainless steel and can be washed off. But yeah, they are redoing a lot of the engines. And the first generation of any new vehicle, I'm not making excuses. I mean, there's Cybertruck problems, and I wouldn't buy one. But they're not rusting, no.
Really? Because I've seen lots of pictures on social media of people showing rust spots that do not rinse off. I've seen quite a few of them. So
Right. They don't rinse off, but you can wash them off.
Here's the other thing, Paul. Like when you sit there and look and say, "Hey, you know what? I need a pickup truck." Now, I get it. A lot of I see a lot of them down here in Texas. I'm actually shocked, Paul. You would laugh your ass off. There are a lot of people who drive pickup trucks that are waxed, polished, and not a speck of dust on them. And they drive these massive pickup trucks, and they have these giant dinner plates and buckles, and they've got these boots that are shined that have never seen grass, let alone a day in the
It's
dirt.
status. Yeah, it's a status thing.
Yep. And but when I look at these, and I actually have driven through other parts of Texas, and I see what guys do to trucks. I know what they do in Alaska. I know what they do up north when you work with these. The last thing, it's like the guy out there. He's not going to go out there and buy Prada shoes or Prada boots, for his feet if he's working. And I have spent $300-400 on a pair of boots for work. I'm sure a lot of other guys have. But you're not going to sit there and buy a electric truck that can barely tow underweight, under strain, maintain that function as much as a gas or a diesel, and they just don't function. I just kind of laugh when people say the
You you
Cybertruck is going to be great.
Towing is the
you
problem
can
for all
you
electric vehicles. It's
but you
true.
you also cannot fit shit in it. Like I saw a couple of guys like trying to fit in some lumber in it at Lowe's. So it looks stupid. I mean, they can't even really use it for the purpose that it's supposedly made
Well,
for.
With
Ford
the
had to
angular
cancel
design of
theirs.
the bed and the high side
So
rails, it's hard to work out of that truck.
Yeah,
I
Yes.
so
mean,
like Ford,
no,
Andre, you'll love this. Ford CEO or exec teams or whatever were trying to do our Ford Lightning pickup can drive across the country. He couldn't finish the trip. They
of
had to cancel it.
course,
He
of
couldn't
course.
do it, and he had to have it, and he had a team around him, and he still couldn't do it.
That's
Now, the only
because of
one
the
I'm
lack of
excited about
infrastructure for
the only
electric
one I'm
charging.
excited about, and it's still because it's just a rumor mill because a lot of the specs haven't dropped and no one's seen it yet, is the International Scout. That fucker under Volkswagen, which I have reserves because again it's
Yes, sir.
Volkswagen. But if that Scout gets the range it's saying 500 to 700 miles, it has a gas powered generator to recharge it, and it has the ability to charge it in under 10 minutes. Now that's a game changer. That means you're not sitting there spending 10 hours charging a vehicle to try to go
That's
20
on a new
miles.
platform, and I was on one of the local consumer marketing teams. We saw images, we compared them to other vehicles and gave them advice. That is much better looking than a Rivian. It's going to be cheaper and more functional, and I'm looking forward to that vehicle too.
I mean, that's fair, but honestly, like I'm not planning to give up my 1500 RAM, and I'm looking to expand to 2500, and I don't think there's a inside any electrical pickup truck that can,
I think they're
substitute that function.
right. They're going to make a hybrid version, the Volkswagen. I think there's three versions of it, and it's a good looking car inside as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's very interesting. When I was buying my truck, I was kind of checking out all the different main makers, like Ford, Ram, and what's the other one, Chevy. And it seems like Chevy is just basically a toy. Like it, it's beautiful, it's leather, it's luxury, all that jazz, and you don't even want to get it dirty. Ford is like full on like labor. Like it has all the horsepower you need, but it's kind of square inside and very outdated. And Ram is like a perfect mix of two. So I got myself a nice Ram.
So the funny thing is, so Alaska doesn't have any billionaires at all. Our richest guy, I think, is worth like $300 million from real estate development. That guy, everybody knows him in town because he still drives the same beat up '88 Ford F-150 he's been driving for the last like 35 or 40 years. And that guy still hauls stuff off to construction sites in downtown. So like,
Hell yeah,
it's always
that's
funny.
what you got to do. Hell's yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
paid
the
off.
old ones are better. I drive my 2006 and 7 Ford Vans. They're a hell of a lot better than the new ones. And I'm happy
Dude,
with them.
dude, like the Laramie that I got is like perfect. Like it's nice and luxurious inside. Like I can take my family on vacation in it, and I can fit whatever I need in the back. And whenever I go to like a site, I can pop in whatever sheets of drywall, plywood, lumber that I need. It's perfect.
So Brad, that Scout's only $65,000. That's a better price point than Rivian, and because it's
Yes.
that's really good. Like that's if it was maybe $15,000 cheaper, I would debate turning in my Subaru for that.
And it's better looking. They might make one at a lower price point.
It's not the looks that people are going to look at. Like again, the Ford Bronco was a good looking car, and people clamored to it till it turned into shit. The Tesla, which is why, yeah, you have brand loyalty, but you have brand loyalty with Ford, Chevy, GM, Subaru, Jeep. I'm a long time, 20 fucking years Jeep. So or 30 years Jeep, like whatever it is. I've been driving that. I've never owned anything else except for other cars for like my wife and things at the time. So um, I'm going to tell you, like, the brand loyalty, that means absolutely nothing to me. What it means is the product. And so, what this test will be is, can it do what it's saying? The 5 to 700 mile range. That's pretty good. It's an SUV. Can it hold up to the north? Can it hold and last in the cold? Is the generator, in a position to be great? Does the batteries, are they like, under the driver's seat and going to explode? Those are concerns. But it'll be interesting to see. And I'm not
Can I
saying
stop
electric.
you? An ICE car is 8 times more likely to catch on fire or explode than an internal combustion engine is having 8 times more fires than any electric car. So please stop with that.
Really? Because apparently you don't live up in the north and you don't
Really.
see them all the time. I guess those don't go through. But again, most people in the north who go through blizzards, winters, shit that normal weather, they're not driving Teslas. A lot of those Tesla
Right.
owners up north, they
But
put
just
that
stop
car
with the
away and
fires
bring a
for the fire
dude. Let
trope. That's all
somebody
I'm
finish
saying.
before you jump off. Like what they have are people that buy a Tesla to drive in summer as if it's a status symbol, and then they buy another winter car to get them through the winter. Like, again, please spare me because I see the Teslas. I've seen them on the roads. I've seen them on fire. I've seen people dead inside them because they froze to death. You are not telling me something that's freaking great. And yes, I've seen it with
Yeah,
other
that's all
vehicles.
one person's observation.
Okay.
It's a
Yep.
universe of one.
I
Hey,
love people in California designing cars and thinking they're some fucking, introvert, and they've never actually taken any of these vehicles into a place where the rest of the country lives. Fucking
Well,
outstanding.
well, to
No,
David's
they were
point,
never tested in Alaska or up north, never at all. That's
yeah.
right.
To David's point, 94% of Norway is EV now, so
Thank you.
they will withstand cold. And the fire, and he is correct on the fire incidence rate. The fire incident rate in ICE vehicles is greater. Though, Brad, I will agree with you. The degradation of batteries and battery performance once you get below 32 degrees Fahrenheit it's actually 37 degrees Fahrenheit is significant.
Actually, it starts at 40 and 50, and it's about 10 to 20%. And that's the physics of a lithium ion battery. Batteries don't
What
work, hold as much energy in the cold,
right?
and it
Which will
comes back in warm weather.
Right, which will change when we have solid state, when we get to the third generation of batteries, which we already have now. But when we get to solid state batteries, that will greatly change.
So wait, what happened to the billions of dollars that Toyota and Honda dumped into hydrogen fuel cell development? Is that just like wasted money at this point?
That's wasted money because there's no place. Shell had 8 places in California to recharge them, and those are gone. So those cars are on the used car market in a certain reseller for $5,000 each because there's about one place you can buy hydrogen to refuel them. And the reason they did that is the Japanese government is pushing hydrogen for some reason, and they appeased and they got money from the Japanese government to develop hydrogen as a fuel source. But even the infrastructure, you can't just run hydrogen through a gas line. It has to be totally separate, and the risk of explosion is crazy, as far as even when you're fueling. So in certain applications, I think for other industries, it actually has potential, but it's not going to work in its current form
It works
in
for busing.
automobile.
It doesn't. It works for
Right.
busing. It won't work for cars. Costs too much for us to build. A charger cost us about 125,000 to 200,000 dollars to build. A hydrogen station is about 2 million.
Yeah.
So just cost effectiveness doesn't make sense.
So the answer is yes. I think what you said, it is a folly for automobiles.
Okay, guys, Marshall is here. Can I have a conversation with Marshall? Hi, Marshall.
Sure, you can wave at him and go to a back room.
Yeah, dude, let's talk
No,
about
no,
that
no.
privately.
We had a conversation here in
No,
the
you can
room.
go
That's
to a
why I
back
want to
room.
ask him here. Marshall, you called me white last night and insisted to keep calling me white. Do you want to tell me
Dude, I
why
didn't
you
call
were
you
doing that?
white, and let's not do this. Like, we're not having that discussion here. If you want to talk about it privately, we can. But as Brad has
But you
said,
didn't talk to me privately. You were
as
attacking me in
Brad
front
has
of
said,
everyone in
we're
this
not
room.
going to deal with this in the way you want to. You
No,
just need
but
to
you
take
were
it up with me
attacking me
privately.
in this room on
Dude,
this
I didn't
stage.
call you white, but you need to take this up with me privately.
Then if you have something with me in future, talk to me privately. Then do not talk in public if you don't want to answer in public.
Back to what Trent said, you can say hydrogen costs more to build and it's so cheap to do electric, but you need the power to support the electric as well. And on our already overtaxed grids, there's no way we can switch everything over to electric, like city, yeah, fine, whatever. But there's got to be some type of hybrid on all this stuff. We can't go straight electric because there's just the power requirements and the service interval in -6 temps like it is today. You don't have enough range to get anywhere.
I was Brian, like, and I agree with that. Like, I think electric cars are great for you city drivers, or your San Diego and Los Angeles. You guys have at it. But I'm gonna be honest, like for people like myself, Brian, Marshall, Paul, Andre, it's just you're not there yet. And I'm not saying that they couldn't be there. What I hate is the blatant ignorance and the hype that they're so fucking great and they're so perfect and it's going to do all this stuff. You're not there yet. Just like we were promised, what was it? We could every car was going to be outfitted in the 80s and 90s with the what was the one that Volvo and Mercedes had it where you could basically go and buy McDonald's grease and fucking run biodiesel. We were going to have all these things. Everything has come around in the motor car market. and everybody like me sits back and just watches the changes and accepts a lot of it, but then goes, watch things fall away. We have seen these trends before, and I'm just saying your electric cars as of today are nowhere near the hype they deserve. And no one takes a realistic approach and say, hey, you know what? 10 years, 25 years, they'll probably be
Brad,
there, but not
We've
Brad,
today.
admitted many of
Brad,
the failings, Brad. They don't tow. You're right. There are range limitations in the winter. They don't fit for everybody. I think this is America. You should have a choice and buy what works best for you. I'm not saying you should absolutely have to buy one vehicle.
and just I'll just say, Brad, I'm in the space. And I've told people this 2 years ago that electric vehicles as a power plant are now vastly superior to ice gas. And now that we do, it's us in the United States, we're actually behind. But as you look like at Chinese vehicles, like the highway, the I'm saying it wrong, highway vehicle, the IOTA, which gets I think 70, it gets 1,000 kilometers, which I think is 700 miles now, and it's not even a fully solid state battery. The new solid state batteries that are coming from Samsung, CATL, and BYD that will be out. You're going to have 600 to 700 mile ranges. They're going to go 5,000 plus cycles, which for us is about a million miles. Um, much less, significant less cost to make. Right, take far less people to make, so their superiority is vastly superior, and they'll charge within 10 to 15 minutes. So Marshall and I live next to each other. We both live on the border in South Texas. He called me. I think Marshall, you called me not a white once, and I disputed that. But anyway, that's a joke.
Trent,
But in all,
if they let the BYD vehicles in this country now, we would lose one major auto manufacturer.
we,
That's how
we know.
serious it is.
Yeah, that's why we have 100% tariffs. That's why I fully support tariffs. If we allow the Chinese
Yes.
vehicles in right now, and China is now 39% of the global manufacturing for automotive. United States is around 3 to 4%. Most of you guys just don't realize the threat that China has put and how good EVs are. Granted, I'll give you not in every instance, right? In the north, in rural areas, yes, more difficult, but it's 60 to 70%. Well, 75% of you live within in a major metro. Most of you live close to the coast. So we're talking about 70 to 80% of the United States being able to utilize these vehicles at a lower cost. Like if the Chinese vehicles came over here, they'd be about 25 grand at their cost now. If they were
And
still here
BYD is building a plant in Mexico right now.
correct. Yeah. And again, me and Marshall live on the border. We see. I just saw BYD yesterday. Geely, there's multiple others. It's not just BYD. So China's build out is a direct threat. And yes, you can now recycle lithium. They are a better power plant than ICE.
They're
Thank
not a
you for
better power plant. You can
thanks for
store
saying it better than me. Sorry, go.
you can store the power and stuff, but the problem is the charging infrastructure. And you can say, yeah, that'll come with time, but it's not here yet. I mean, in California, they literally said, we're gonna ban all ICE engines because it's better. And then they said, quit charging your Teslas. I mean, it's gonna keep happening, and we're not there with good power supply yet
People
to
who
be
own
able to charge
Teslas
these.
drive coast to coast all day long.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I've also watched them
I
start on
probably
fire
like
and need 7,000 gallons of water to put out. I'm sorry, I
Right.
must be in the shop.
probably like Brian. I'm living in a part of the country where my power infrastructure is limited. I'm in Alaska. I pay $150 a month in winter for my power bills because it's natural gas generated, and the power infrastructure has been limited because we have so many goddamn environmental regulations. So, if the car companies want to come up here and dump $5 billion into building out gigawatts of power generation, fantastic, cool. We have the rare earth minerals sitting up here with enough sort of reserve, we could probably outfit half
It's not the
live in these
government.
states
It's
that are
not the
rural. You know,
ma'am. It's not.
you don't,
It's
maybe you
not
don't
the
know what it's
government.
like. Well, you
This is
don't know
not the
what it's
government.
like.
This is
I don't
not the
Okay.
like
government.
electric cars either. I like to drive sport cars,
Me
gas
It
sport cars. I love the sound of it. I love the way it takes off. I enjoy driving a nice sport car. And if anybody tries to stop me, I will use my Second Amendment rights.
I mean, have any of you driven in a rural state in these
Yes.
places? Yeah.
All the
And you know what
time.
it's like when you have that anxiety and you're in an
That's
electric
why I
car?
say that's why I said you're putting like I'm not saying again for the fanboys of electric cars. Trent, you sound like an expert in your area. I'm not disqualifying. I think a lot of it, the hype is the cart before the horse. You haven't figured out how to build an infrastructure. You like there's been bills and pushes against Tesla building out infrastructure, charging ports around. They're the ones that they did do. I think it was what 1,500 under Pete Buttigieg, and he put them all in impoverished areas. Like the majority of them went into impoverished areas, and he basically said this is going to be great. Well, the people that could afford the $75,000 for whatever crappy electric car is right now out there
It's
aren't.
$35,000
Okay,
for
great.
Model 3.
Whatever. So whatever they can, they're not driving to impoverished areas to go charge their
Best
car.
selling electric car in the world. And
Okay,
also,
dude, let me finish, and then you can come in, right? Like you can do that one at a time, right?
you have
You
10-year
got
old
this.
information and it really hurts
Like
your comments.
so again, like you can have these, but you don't have an infrastructure. You and especially in rural, you don't have it for the farmers. You're not going to get them because they need to work. Otherwise, the 1% of farmers that exist in this country, you guys are going to starve while pursuing a cute looking car that has all white interior and can play a fireplace on a monitor while you're driving. That's just the reality of it. You're not going to build out anything unless you actually lay the groundwork. You can't build a train and then say, "All right, now how do we operate it?"
Farmers are
Okay,
exempt,
okay, and
and
these
Tesla
mandates,
built
by
out
the
the
way,
infrastructure.
these mandates that came out to when you were talking about brand loyalty, they put a mandate on the Porsche Macan that all the new ones, which is Porsche's lower SUV, that they're all electric. I mean, and Porsche came out with the Taycan suffering like it didn't. It was supposed to have all these wait lists, supposed to be this incredible car, and nice car, but Porsche customers want gasoline, and they want their product. And you're going to have these brands where people do have brand loyalty that are used to driving performance cars, and they want their performance cars, and they're
That
not going to give up on that,
that's
or
true.
they'll
And
just
actually,
switch
we
brands.
have a Porsche vice president in our rooms, and he's kind of wringing his hands because Porsche pushed EV too fast on their clients, and now they have in the production pipeline more electric cars that they're changing over to that they can't move on a dime and undo it than their customers want, and it's actually going to cost them money in the next 2 to 3 years.
It's a big deal. They're going to lose. I have two. I mean, one of my cars, my SUV, has been the same Porsche since I don't know 2004, 5 when they came out with it, and I just keep getting a new one, same color, same everything. And now I go to order one, and the only way I can get it is in a hybrid. I'm like, oh, whoa, this is
Yep.
ridiculous.
No,
And it'll be
and
the
we
first time for me to walk away in 20 years from the brand.
right,
Um,
and they are really worried. I mean, we talk
yeah,
to
they
Abe
should
every
be
day, and he is one of the brand managers, and he's very
Which
honest
brand?
with us.
with Porsche, with the Cayennes. I
Get
mean,
BMW. It has really nice sport
my
SUVs.
my point on this though is, and I'll have to start looking at a different brand for it. But the problem is that they pushed it and they pushed their lower model to be only electric, and it's just not. It doesn't match the customer base.
That's the
So,
Abby, if you
problem.
like that car, I would recommend you try X4 and X6. You can try the
but
sport
there's another reason,
package.
Sarah. Not, and I'm not gonna shit on BMWs. I've had many of them in my life, but I had service issues. One of the reasons I've stuck with Porsche for all these years, and I have more than one of them, is that I never have service issues with them. It's an amazing brand
So,
that way.
so
And
th-
I've had
Mercedes and BMWs that I haven't had such luck. So I'd like to stay with a good brand. There's nothing wrong with Porsche, but I don't want to drive an electric car.
Yeah,
That
but
was
if
my
they
point.
if they don't fix that and they just have electric, you
Yeah,
have to change.
then I
But
have
what
to
I'm
make a
saying is
decision.
like with the service thing, some dealers are better than others. Like Santa Monica is like 10 minutes from me. They're just shit, their service. So I go to the one that's 20 minutes away from me and they're like it's like VIP. So it's not necessary always, it's not like all of the dealers they have
No, I
bad
understand. I
service.
understand. And to the comment, oh, poor girl. Hey, like I have no shame about this. That's a car that I like and I've had for a long time. Sorry for you. Work harder and go buy one.
No, and
Done
it's
with
that's
that
the whole
asshole
thing.
comment.
Like I personally work hard so I can drive nice car, eat good food, dress nice clothes. Like if you want to sit home and be on welfare and you don't care about what you drive, that's your choice. Some of us we do.
Can I ask a couple questions? One, I just want to say Edison Motors out of Canada is trying to do the hybrid model, which is where I see beneficial
What do you
and something
mean?
that would work,
Like,
where it's a diesel generator charging the batteries. So you do have the battery, all the efficiencies of battery drive and battery backup with the miles you can put on in a day. So like logging trucks where you're going up and down hills, you use power going up and your regenerative brake going down the hills. That's where this technology makes the most sense. My problem is everybody that's going, oh, we got to go 100% electric, all battery. That's where I have an issue with EVs. I can't deny that the drive axles are far superior for what they can put to the ground, but getting the power to them and recharging them if they don't have an onboard, hybrid model or engine or generator, that's where I have problems. And David, I guess I don't know where you stand on that exactly. Like straight EVs, fine in the city, but for traveling cross country, straight EVs are not a good idea, in my
It does
opinion.
add
I had a
time.
question, David, also about weight of cars
Hmm.
with electric and how that
Sure.
then, can they handle these heavy weighted cars?
Sure, because you have a lot. We really just have a motor and a battery, so you have a lot of other parts that aren't there weighting it down. And secondly, that battery goes down the middle of the car, so the lower middle, and you have an excellent center of gravity. I mean, it corners like a race car. So yes, they can.
The biggest problem is they're really heavy and in icy conditions. People who have never drove like a Super Duty, crew cab, long box, and know how long it takes to stop, don't understand that in these EVs in the middle of winter. I mean, this is a single use case, but
Some of that is a tire issue too. If you have good snow tires, you have. I drove. I drive my car over mountain passes, but I know how to drive in the snow. Actually, the bigger problem is regenerative braking because when you lift your foot a little bit off the gas, you have braking happening when you might not want that to happen in ice and snow. So there's a learning curve there. So yeah, they handle weight very well. And other things are modified like aluminum panels, so other things are made lightweight to
I don't
David,
compensate.
are you
handle weight
talking
well
about
because
the
even when
electric?
they're hold on, when they're towing, the battery drain is epic, especially when you got like you going
It's
through the
half. You're right. It's
and
half.
you got the Rockies, and then even when the logging communities and the mining communities, when I see them come out, and there was some guy, he was running his, I don't know, it was one of these electric trucks. I think it was the Lightning because he got a great deal on it and he thought it would work. And I felt bad for him because he's like, you know what, they're really cheap. I needed a new car, and all these things were going to be there. Ford promised me all this shit. And then he found out real quick that his truck couldn't even do the bare minimum. He wasn't getting the range that he thought. He couldn't tow his like camper. He couldn't even tow his work stuff, his work trailer that he needed to do. And he's like, I'm lucky if I get I don't know, I get 100 miles out of it. He would actually just like cry because he's like, I dumped all this money into a vehicle that I can't just turn around and hand back and say, this is great.
And
And
we've
Dave,
admitted
can
five
I
times that towing, I'm sorry, Sarah, when towing gives you half the range on any electric battery. It is the Achilles heel, and everyone would admit that. And to be honest, Brad, he just had to go to two forums and do a little bit of research, and he would have found out. what was going to happen to him before he bought it.
Well, when he bought it, I think that's when they released it, and he was excited because, again, the hype that comes from it, and the way politicians, the way people talk about it, all of these are going to be great. There's no problems, all these things, and he went with it. He bought the con, and again, for people who live rural or who like to travel rural, like I do, if you're going into thousands of miles of wilderness, I'm going to tell you, you may want to rethink that EV unless you were going to bring a giant generator with you and enough gas to recharge that generator so that you can recharge your car, which makes no sense to me. Um, have fun until I see you in Yellowstone with a Tesla off into the wilderness or up in northern Montana or Boundary Waters or Voyagers or even White Sands. I'll see you there, and if you need a ride, I'll leave you a water bottle because I have lost all sympathy for people who take their electric cars into these wild, vast places where it's hundreds of miles before you even see anything. And the temperatures range from -40 to 114. And they can't figure out why their Tesla sucks in those extreme conditions.
They do need to do some planning. I will admit that, and I wouldn't take an electric car into those situations.
Can I
I
speak
drove.
now?
Yeah, dude, go ahead.
Okay, David, when you say they like they're gonna be good and they take the weight pretty good, you're talking about electric car, correct?
I think that's what Abby was asking me. Yes.
Okay, so that's not true because I did test drive the Tesla, what is it called? The high performance, whatever, the highest level they had.
Yeah.
And it wasn't actually taking off good. You know, you could feel the weight. And I told the guy, and he's like, well, at the end of the day, these are electric cars. So they're not the same as sport gas cars. You cannot compare that. It's not the same. I
They
just
have
want to make sure.
0 to 60. That car you drove, if you drove a performance, is
Yeah,
that's a
but
production car. Let
there's
me
still
just say
struggle
this:
to
that's zero
move
to
them.
sixty at 3.5 seconds. But it is a different feeling of speed, and you also have to learn the feathering of the pedal. That takes about 10 or 20 minutes. But for the first time driver, it's a little different. It's really one pedal driving, so
I don't
there's
know.
certain
The Tesla
differences.
salesperson himself said, yes, it's not going to be the same, blah, blah, blah. But if you want to insist, that's fine.
You could be a Tesla salesperson tomorrow. Those people worked at McDonald's previously, okay? And not all of them are the most knowledgeable about their product. Sorry to say that.
Well, and I'm just telling you that I drove a car that was more expensive than gas sport car and it didn't feel the same, but
It takes a little more than an hour of driving a car to know it. And I checked out cars overnight before I bought them.
So go on my realistic question. Then the reason I came up on stage when I was responding to the person who said you can easily go across the country. So on a basic trip and stopping to recharge versus stopping just to get gasoline, how much time are you adding? And
So you're
it,
charging to 80%. That's mapped out in your navigation where your next stop will be. It's
right? But how
15
long does
minutes,
it take?
15 minutes at a
So
at a
it's a
high speed
15
charger.
it's a 15-minute stop versus a 2 to 3 minute stop, basically.
Yeah, 2 or 3 minutes. I have gas cars. It's a little longer than that, but yeah.
Or I don't know. I just
But
drove through New Jersey. They
That's
do it
high
for you,
speed.
which was great.
There's a
but Abby,
lot of
you're
non high speed
arriving.
places.
You're arriving. They're almost all high speed in the Tesla world. Um, you're arriving refreshed. You're taking a break every 200 miles,
But
and yes,
no,
you
whoa,
do need more
David.
time. You do
David,
need more
not
time.
everybody wants to do that.
I
Okay. Like,
agree.
again, that's totally, if I'm going from, where I am in Nevada to LA, believe me, I don't want to hang out in Barstow. I don't want to hang out in Baker. I don't want to hang
I
out in
hear you.
Victorville. I want to
I
get
hear you.
there. To the same extent, if I'm on the Jersey Turnpike, like the least amount of time at that rest stop is enough. So the fact that you're adding, so
An
how much
hour?
more time are you
I don't know. How
adding
many
to a
miles are you
basic?
going? How many miles are you
David,
going?
it
So,
says
so,
30 minutes
so
for
I just took
80%.
a,
30 minutes, not 15. I just Googled
it's
it.
30. Okay. So you're adding
Excuse me,
30 minutes.
Sarah, and I don't want to have a disagreement with you. I own the car and I drive one. It is not 30 minutes because
So
it's 30,
I
30
looked up
minutes
the
to
In
go.
100%.
ideal
We charge to
conditions.
80.
No, 30 minutes to 80%.
So
It
I
says
just
30
looked up
minutes.
the testing, and apparently there's agreement on all sides on this. I will state this: trip time, depending on the trip, driving EV can take longer than driving a gas. For example, a 523-mile trip on the Pacific Coast Highway would take 11 hours and 37 minutes in a gas car, but 2 hours and 8 minutes longer in an EV. A 3,000-mile trip will take an EV 14 hours to charge compared to less than 20 minutes for gas. So you would add an additional day to your trip if you were driving across the country.
Thanks. That was my question. And I'm not intending on a cross country, but I'm looking at where it's these 4-hour trips or 2-hour trips, anywhere. How much extra are you adding to it?
You could add an hour easily. That's true. And
Okay.
Brad, I'm not disputing what you said. I mean, cross country will add a day.
Yeah, again, like I said, in the future, electric cars may come to some kind of thing. I don't think we have the energy grid in the majority of the states. A lot of you that live in cities and who have never really experienced anything beyond a suburb, I'm going to encourage you to do this. Take your car and go out and see what people really live in. Because I get it, you got Instagram and all of this other stuff, but go take it yourself. Go through those mountains, drive over those hills, go through those low flooded plain areas, and you'll see where you're going to be like, oh, okay, there is nothing out here. And I used to ask the question as a kid, what the hell do people do out here? Because I see house after house, but I don't see a store. I don't see a business. I don't see a gas station for hundreds of miles. And you're seeing trucks with their own gas tanks on the back to fill up. You see a lot of guys carrying extra cans on the back in racks. I do it on my Jeep when I go out. And so you have these scenarios where people live in it until you can build out that infrastructure. An electric car is not going to help someone like Brian. And I'll be honest, if all of a sudden California said, hey, you know what? We're going to make all electric vehicles, and this has to be a standard. And farmers, you need to get on board because John Deere yesterday came out with an electric tractor that somehow they said managed to convince farmers was a hype working great, which they'll all disagree with, but and sat there and convinced politicians that this was the new way forward. And then all of a sudden, you had every other maker starting to jump on. Then, and California went down that pathway. You lose a massive amount of agriculture. You'll lose a lot, and a lot of you will go hungry. You'll be complaining that your 80, 30,000, $75,000 Tesla, but you're paying $20 an apple at the store.
Farmers are exempt from all the electrification
Did you
regulations.
actually, for right now?
That
For
is
right
not
now.
true. Not in California. In 35, when that law goes into effect, it's for everybody, not just farmers, that you can't buy a new one.
What's going to happen is the EPA regulations under this coming administrations are going to be relaxed to 2027 rules, and everything is going to be equalized.
That's not California state. That's what I'm talking about specifically.
Yeah, they are crazy down there.
Well, again, the big challenge is they tried to support electrification up here in Alaska, and our neighbors in Canada had the same conversation in the Yukon and northern BC. It's really great if you're inside little city grids. Like we have a couple of EV chargers up here, but once you get outside of the major urban and suburban areas, there's a whole stretch of highway between Anchorage and Fairbanks. It's like 300 miles in Denali where it gets down to negative 40 in the winter, and there's just not the infrastructure. So people have been driving Teslas up there in December. They come up from California like, I'm going to go on an Alaskan winter adventure. And then halfway to Denali, their car craps out, their batteries are dead, and they're stuck there on the side of the road waiting for their friend to come bail them out. Driving a gas-powered pickup truck with a bunch of propane heaters because they're going to freeze to death in the middle of the Alaskan winter. It happens all the time. We have little reports about it in the newspaper basically every week between November and April.
I
We
agree.
have them
And
up
and
here in
Alaska is an outlier, and northern Canada, where nobody lives, is an outlier.
well, we have it in Minnesota, Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, Wisconsin, Ohio. We have it in pretty much Illinois, the northern part of Illinois, Iowa. Like again, you have a multitude of areas, and again, like when we look at like the range, that's a factor. A lot of the people, especially since the pandemic, have left the cities. They've left your suburbs, they've left your cities, and they went rural. Oh, we know because I'm one who bitches about it. Paul's another one that bitches about it. Marshall complains about it. A lot of rural people are complaining about it because people came in, built a god awful fucking home that's a carbon copy of some suburban nightmare that they had prior, and slapped it in the middle of 20 acres and said, "Hey, you know what? We're here now." They're learning really quickly that life out here is vastly different than life, say, in the middle of downtown Atlanta or LA or New York City. It is not the same. It is, and your suburbs again are not the same. Those are laid out. I don't know why people live in suburbs, but hats off to you that can survive that kind of crap. But you cannot tell the rest of the population of the United States that they have to suck it up buttercups and go under regulations when they are the very ones who are providing you your lifehood. Like everything stems from our agricultural center. And so if the farmers are upset and you're going to force stupid regulations, which happens way too often, and sit there and make them jump through hoops, well, you're going to complain about your food prices going up, and then you're going to complain about the lack of food that you can find in your stores. You're creating a nightmare without actually plotting and planning and building an infrastructure to support this grand vision of an electric nation, and thinking somehow the United States, one of the most difficult topographical fucking countries in the world, Canada is another one, but one of these that it's not Europe with 45 minutes, you're still in your neighborhood in America versus the UK, where 45 minutes, you're in another country. It doesn't work the same way around the world as it does here. And you have to navigate those very different regions in the US.
Well, this is one of the reasons why it's really easy to electrify places like China. So if you look at all where the major cities are, the Chinese Central Plain itself, where most people live, is very flat. I lived there. It's like flat as a pancake in some areas. It looks like rural Kansas. You get to these areas, and they've built gigantic, sprawling cities out here. It's really easy with no topographical issues and with a dense concentration of cities to build up EV charging infrastructure, to build up high speed rail, because you have multi-million person cities within an hour and a half each other. So this makes sense to build this out. You get to the States and suddenly, the in Washington State, the travel time between Seattle in Puget Sound and Spokane out on the Idaho border is, it can get up to 7 hours in the winter, and you have to go over multiple mountain passes just to get over that. Denver and LA, this is like a 12-hour drive. I mean, if you want to build the rail infrastructure or build the EV charging infrastructure, it's great, but there are these big long stretches where it's very difficult to build out the infrastructure, and you have to sink a lot of money into it and a lot of upkeep and maintenance to keep these things going. And by the way, Sarah, I drive a 2018 Subaru. It may not be the best thing on the road, but that thing fucking gets me from point A to point B, and it's paid off, and I love it. So there, I don't need my
Yeah,
sport.
there are
I guess.
people who want a car to go from point A to point B, and there are people who want to drive a nice car and they enjoy it. Like every time I press on the gas on my car, I truly enjoy it, Paul. Okay. Sometimes I go out just to drive for 10, 15, 20 minutes because I enjoy driving a nice car. Cars are not necessary just to drive you from point A to point B. And if that's something you can't comprehend, that's your issue, not mine.
No, I'm just saying I can't do that. Like my freeways are garbage. I get an hour out, I get 45 minutes really outside of Anchorage, and the roads turn into crap, and for half the year they're frozen. In the summer, I love driving to go out to the countryside. It's fantastic. I can go out to the mountains, I can drive down to Whittier and go sit out there and fish. But right now, half the year it's complete crap. So for the other half of the year when I can't enjoy driving, I prefer my little $25,000 box that's completely paid off.
So the other thing I put in the chat that was my question also on, and David, maybe you can tell me if there's anything statistical. So a woman driving alone now having to hang between 15 to 30 minutes at a rest station on the charging, And, in some of these areas, not really where you want to be. You want to get in and out, get your fuel. Especially like I gave the example on certain rest stops on the Jersey Turnpike. I really wouldn't want to have to be there any longer than to get my gas. So I'm curious, if there's been criminal statistics on this, or just you
We
lay
don't
this,
have criminal statistics, but you're right, especially
but
women
you lay
alone.
this
They want
out
to feel
there.
safe.
You
And
want to feel
sometimes
safe.
those charging things are out in the middle of nowhere. And I got to look around a little bit myself, man or woman. But they have made an invention so that because when your car is charging, you can't just drive away. You have to unplug it, right? So you're vulnerable there. Secondly, there is a new product that breaks away. So you have a special little collar on your charger, and you can drive away during charging and not hurt anything, and address it that way. But yeah, I think that's certainly a factor in some charging stations.
So Abby, to your point, up in Minnesota, the the stations, not only did they freeze over, they didn't work, but they were robbed. If you could find one, because people just they took the metal out of it or whatever they were grabbing, and people just or vandalized. And so that was a major problem where you had lines of cars. It was really funny. You drive by and you saw a line of cars for one charger. And I would laugh my ass off because right next to them was a gas station, and it had 6 lanes and, what is it, 18 pumps. And there was no wait time for it. And I was just kind of like, yeah, again, it comes down to the infrastructure, it comes down to the accessibility, and nobody's ready to have these massive electric bills. So you don't want that, particularly up north. You don't, because that's you're going to get sucked into that, because that's how you heat your house. And it's the same issue where you had houses being developed, and you had communities saying we're going to be an all electric community. You had people up north saying, hold on a moment, your electrical grid isn't stable. It does not guarantee me heat in the middle of winter, and it is not as reliable as gas. So we're going to stay with gas. And they fought back. And there's numerous accounts of this happening where the town had to reverse, or the city had to reverse its policy, because anybody who's lived up north knows that your power can go out in the middle of January for unknown amounts of time, and then you're stuck in a house that, if it's -10 outside, you're going to probably freeze. And case in point would be Texas a few years ago. They went through, people froze to death. It's sad, but if you don't have a grid that works, you get Oklahoma, you get Oregon, you get some of these places where they're all electric and it freezes. You don't have, you just don't. It's not there yet. You have to build the railroad track before you put the fucking train on it. Is what I'm saying.
So there was a push up here about 2, 3 years ago when the bipartisan infrastructure law went in, where they were going to put in heat pumps. Like the big push was, we're going to build heat pumps. They're going to be fantastic. We can draw heat from the ground and it's going to be great. And we can get off of natural gas. Well, they did a bunch of like internal infrastructure surveys up here, and even in parts of the state in southeastern on the Alaska Panhandle that are comparatively like Western Washington, coastal Oregon type temperatures. Other than those areas in the rest of the state, you can't run electrified heating or heat pumps up here. It just doesn't work because we have what's called discontinuous permafrost. So if you start sinking a bunch of heat pumps, you're going to hit discontinuous permafrost. And unfortunately, when you flip the thing on, you're going to be pumping refrigerated air right into your house because you've laid it on top of half frozen ground. So the ideas are great. Like, I want to see some of these things happen. I would love to be off of natural gas at some point in the next 10 years, if only so that I can save money because natural gas is so effing expensive. But we are still 5 to 10 years out from that. There's a good chunk of the population, 25, 30%, that lives out in rural places. People like me who live in suburban, discontinuous uh, areas that don't have the same level of power infrastructure. It's just not the same. And, I understand that there's a lot of sort of urban environmentalists that want to push a lot of these conversations. I used to be one of them. I still talk to these people all the time, but When I give them the breakdown of this is how the infrastructure is, they kind of get a blank face and they say, "Oh, I didn't realize it's like that." Well, you do need to go to these places to understand if you want a one size fits all approach.
You know, I would give you the dichotomy of all of it for me is 3 weeks ago, I was in a car driving along the Red Sea coast where all the refineries are, not all, but the big chunk of them in Saudi, going down towards Jeddah, and just seeing miles and miles and miles of refineries working, 24/7 and thinking, where is all this oil going? And I mean, there's still a shit ton of oil production out there in the world, and we're coming into an administration that's comfortable with that government. You know, I don't have these great fears that we're all of a sudden going to have embargoes or not have the oil, and we need to be drilling here ourselves in our own country. But I mean, just the voluminous and the magnitude of what you see just along the Red Sea and how many of the Aramco refineries is mind-boggling.
They're all going to China, Abby. Most of those manufacturing facilities in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE, their primary market at this point is the Chinese urban market. So the big push for EVs in China is still undergirded by a significant gasoline consumption network there. There's still a lot of gasoline powered cars. They have a ton of diesel. Like they have an absolute shit ton of diesel that they still buy and they use it for their trains. They have a lot of unelectrified heavy haul trains, just like the United States does. They have like the second most dense heavy haul, train grid in the world. The first being the United States, because basically all of our railroads at this point are heavy haul diesel tracks, but they burn a ton of gasoline, they burn a ton of diesel. They have a very significant gasoline and fuel reserve in case of conflict because they're planning for the eventuality of there being a great power war in the next 10 years. So they buy a lot for their strategic reserve the same way that we do. So their fear is that if there's a war with the U.S., we're going to shut off the Straits of Hormuz and shut off the Straits of Malacca, and every drop of oil that's coming from Saudi Arabia and the UAE is going to go away overnight, and they're going to be self-sufficient. So, a lot of that internal push in China for electrification isn't some like great environmental concern; it's legitimate national security concerns that the U.S. is going to wage unrestricted sub warfare in 10 years and turn off the lights on us.
It makes so much sense what you're saying. And you know what?
I got called out. We were doing a political compass room, and I got called out to go rescue somebody. And this is just an anecdotal one, but it was a major snowstorm. It was raining before, then all of a sudden the temperatures plummeted, snow was falling and covering, and then we got called out because apparent the car was an electric car. It was a Tesla, and it crashed through a barrier, went in. We don't know what happened. They were out there for some time. Both the parents were frozen, and then there was a young girl. And they basically, we found the young girl, but I went out and I didn't bring like I was stupid. I didn't bring the right gear, but I was warm enough. I just wasn't what I should have. I just kind of quickly grabbed a go bag and just used what I had in it, and went out there and was searching for this girl in the fucking 1 o'clock in the morning through the woods. KK yelling at me in the fucking phone saying, "Get my ass somewhere," freezing my left nut off while my right nut was like trying to curl back up inside of me, and came down with pneumonia after we found the girl. And I felt terrible. You know, it's a poor child. It happens. But all I kept thinking about is, yeah, maybe an engine wouldn't have worked after crashing it, but it didn't have a lot of front end damage. So I was kind of thinking, like, if their heat had just worked, they could have been there. And the little girl got out of the car because she was cold and started to wander to look for help. And please, if you're ever in a wreck and you call 911, please don't leave the car unless it's absolutely essential that you do it. You know, people like me have to go out there then and try to track you down in covering tracks, and it's really hard to cut sign to find you if you get lost in the woods. But I can't imagine sitting there with an electric vehicle and just running the heat or trying to stay warm, and there's a computer glitch because you impacted it or something's off. And I just, I don't know. That's one of my biggest fears while driving. If I was to be in an electric vehicle, is just being stuck somewhere in the cold, and you're now sitting there for life and death to try to survive because you just don't have a way to turn on your gasoline engine. And not saying that it doesn't happen with ice engines or ice. It just it happens a. I don't know. I just have that overall sense of like the conditions themselves.
Yeah, Brad, I drove a hybrid car when I was in Dallas. I drove like a Prius because it was like the cheapest rental car I could get. And like my buddy and I were splitting vehicles. The cocaine pain manager and I were splitting vehicles. And if I had to take one of those things out to the ranch, dude, the thing had died before I was halfway done with the work.
Shit, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you survived driving through Dallas. I have driven through Dallas now. I will not be repeating that experience to me unless I go
Oh,
down
dude,
there
it's an
with a
absolute
tank.
clusterfuck.
I would literally start. I'm going to tell anybody who lives in the Dallas area in the audience, I'm sorry to say this, learn how to fucking drive. Learn what a turn signal is. Learn what the brake pedal fucking is. And no, you don't need to do 140 miles in your drop down fucking car with these stupid lights around the wheels, fucking driving down the highway, get into an accident so that we're back to bumper to bumper. Oh, and the shoulder is not a fourth fucking lane for you to drive on. It is absolutely not there for you to go speeding down at 90 miles an hour. It is there to pull over when people have an emergencies. And when you hats sit there and deviate and go down that road at breakneck speeds and then hit a car that is stranded there with people in it, you cause more problems. Learn to fucking drive.
You know what, Brad? Take your uppity northern ass back to the north. Us down here in the south, we do things differently. All right, you either assimilate or get the fuck out. Right? Take
Hey,
your
hey,
happy
hey,
ass back to Minnesota.
he has been
I've had
adopted
enough
by
of these fucking New
Texas.
Yorkers coming to Florida telling me how to run Florida. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, he's
Sorry.
not in Florida, and the
Oh,
best
I know
state
he's
in
a
the
Texan.
union has adopted him, the great state of Texas. So we're very happy to have Brad here.
Oh man, I have a hatred towards New Yorkers. Anyways, that's a different tangent. Sorry, Brad. I was projecting there a little bit.
That's all right. I feel the same way. It's Texas is huge. I'm finding out there is nothing that is 15 minutes. When people say it's around the corner, it means 45 minutes. During the hours of 6 in the morning till 10 in the morning, that means an hour and a half to get anywhere. And yeah, that's pretty much the extent. Oh, and at night, you basically have from 3 o'clock to I'd say what 7:30 where you're just better off staying put at that point because quite frankly
Yup.
it's fucking annoying as hell. And then when it rains, I still don't get this mindset. Like people in Texas will drive 90 miles an hour, but the minute a drop hits the windshield, they're doing 30 in the left-hand lane. Like pull over, get in. Like I get it. You don't know how to drive in bad weather. I'm used to it. Let me go through because I'm not afraid of the rain. I know how to handle this stuff. I don't know what goes on here. Marshall, it is a very confusing state so far.
That just sounds like Washington
It'll grow
D.C.
on you. Just give it some time, Brad. It'll grow.
Brad, where are you from?
Minnesota.
But I also will say, I think to Brad's point, I went to Dallas and I was like, wow, I'm so excited to go. And I was like, this city's overhyped. Like, it looks like, I don't know, a more rundown Atlanta. Like, it
Oh,
really is not as great as people make Dallas sound to like
well,
on the internet.
it also has all of Texas's hoity-toity people. Hoity-toity, we're better than you because we're richer than you. That's like they're bound. Dallas is bound to have that attitude. Like at least for my money, the better cities are Austin, even though it's weird because you get to great food and you get to city capital. Uh, and then it's Houston because of its medical center, and then it is San Antonio, not because of the Riverwalk, but because of the Alamo, which Brad's gonna make fun of because he's never heard a story in which the founding mythos of a state is, yeah, and they kill us all to the last man, and then like a month later we beat them. And see the Spanish missions on the outskirts of San Antonio.
So
Like
to
those are.
Dallas's,
Go
Dasha,
ahead.
sorry. No, I didn't
No,
mean
no,
to
go
cut you
ahead.
off. No, finish your statement, man. I'm sorry.
No, dude, I'm done. No worries.
I was gonna say to Dallas's benefit, the cost of living is super low. Compared, like I was shocked we could get a whole meal for like almost half the price of what you would normally get down here. And I also will say like it's not that it's a bad city. I think maybe my expectations were just too high because everyone made it sound like it was like heaven on earth. And I was like, my friend said there's a lot of good job opportunities in Dallas. So he works at AT&T headquarters or whatever, and there's lots of jobs. So cost of living is low, and the average salary is relatively good. So you end up living a good quality life. So I guess for like, I don't know, for the heteros, that's like a good fit. You know, you can get a nice house, you can get a good job, you can have a place for your kids. So
Let me tell you this, Nicholas. So far in my exploration of Texas, I have discovered that Crystal Beach is fucking fantastic and unused. It is a great place. If you ever party, it's up near Galveston. Go hit Crystal Beach, drive your car right onto the sand, build yourself a fire, and just watch and listen to the waves. It's not like a white sandy beach, perfect photo esque thing. It's more rural, and you got the salt marshes alongside it and the flats. It's kind of for me, it's a really beautiful experience, and I enjoy the scenery. It's fun to watch the ships go out, all that stuff. Great. But what I have noticed in here is that every fucking pickup truck, has a label on it saying Texas Edition. As if Ford, GM, and Chevy, and Toyota, and Nissan all make a fucking particular brand of vehicle pickup truck wise for the state of Texas. I have never seen this anywhere else. I have never seen a pickup truck with a label saying New York edition or Minnesota edition or Alaska edition. But I see Texas edition on every fucking pickup truck. And I actually looked into this. There is not a single difference between a pickup truck bought in the state of Nebraska to Texas. There is not one difference outside of the label. And furthermore, what you'll notice down here is that a lot of these pickup trucks will have the rear end basically riding on the axle, scraping the fucking ground, sending sparks off, and the front end jacked up 4 inches. Then they have these stupid lights on the rims and in the tire wells, lighting up the whole road. And then they have these extended things sticking off the car. off the tires that's about 3 feet long. And what do they call them? Elbows. They call them elbows. And I'm sitting here watching this going, what in the fuck knuckles is this shit? Like, and they can't drive. They cannot drive. It's like a gladiator sport. It's like a Roman chariot race on what is it, 45 out here, Marshall? I cannot, like, I am just blown away. I am just amazed. I've never seen anything like this.
Brad, can you tell me where Crystal Beach is? I'm in Clear Lake.
Outside Galveston, once you cross the ferry over the bay, then you can you just head straight up, and it's right there where all the houses are on stilts. That's the best you're gonna get from it.
On Bolivar Island?
That sounds familiar.
Okay. All right. I know the direction you're going. Okay, cool.
Raga, I didn't
I
know you were a Texan.
I
Nice.
have one of those Texas Edition trucks, but I don't have elbows or anything jacked up. It was just on there when I bought it.
Well, it's okay. They
You,
cater to us because we're the best state in the union. That's why. Even though
Brad,
we're
you saw
buying the same product.
yeah, Brad, you saw the extended hubcap thing on a pickup truck. I've only seen that on like caddies and tricked out ghetto
Yes,
cars, basically.
yes, I have seen it on a Ford, and I
Wow.
laughed.
Yeah, typically you see that up in the city in like the third ward. I'm not going to make this aspersions, but that's kind of a tradition up there.
I've also seen 20 people in the bed of a pickup truck, and I went, this can't be legal. But they're riding there, and the driver was doing about 100 down the highway, and I went,
Yeah, I don't think
there's
it's legal,
no
but it's not
way.
enforced.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that one too. I said, for all the funding and all the variety of police agencies in the state of Texas, where the
It,
fuck are the cops on
just
the
like
road?
helmets aren't required either, I don't think. Or you have to have some like little plastic thing
No,
or something.
helmets. I think you are probably required to wear some sort of headgear, but there are, as you know, Ragged, bunches of people in Texas that don't wear headgear when they're on their motorcycles.
Yeah, I think
They're
you
just
could wear a
looking.
batting helmet and be fine.
Yeah, I mean they're just looking to become a Denver omelet.
Yeah, no, I get no argument from me. That's why I would drive a pickup truck around here. And Brad's not wrong. It's a contact sport driving around here.
I saw a Bugatti the other night driving down the highway, and I looked and I thought of Abby and a couple other people on here who really love high end cars. And I sat there and I looked, and I'm going to make fun of you, Marshall, because this state is pretty warm throughout the year. I was like, why would you drive a Bugatti down 45? I like there's holes, there's
I think
no one
I
cleans the
think
highways.
I
I'm like,
think there's
I
a
wouldn't even take
dealer.
it out of the driveway.
I think there's a dealer in Galveston, believe it or not, a Bugatti dealer. There was a viral video on YouTube several years ago from a guy who got buyer's remorse in Galveston, and you know how you can get on the frontage roads along the 45, you can drive straight into the marsh. So
Yes.
that's what he got buyer's remorse and drove straight into the marsh and then claimed something, a chicken or something popped out in front of him and he had to swerve and is hoping the insurance would get him. But it just so happened that somebody was filming the whole thing. And they saw him do it on purpose, so he just bought a $280,000 piece of junk and got some
Brad,
insurance fraud charges.
And North Texas can get
Insurance
cold
fraud.
though, Brad. It's the South Texas that's warm. North Texas can get pretty cold.
hey Brad, I've seen one person in my state drive a Bugatti in Anchorage. I keeled over laughing because I was like, who the fuck spends almost 300 grand on a Bugatti,
Paul, which state
ships it
are
to
you?
Alaska? Huh?
Which state?
I'm in Alaska.
Oh,
Like it's an absolute waste of money because you can drive it like 3 months out of the year, and all of our roads are under permanent construction. So like you can't go over 85, otherwise you're gonna hit a pothole, you're gonna hit a moose, or a wolf is gonna jump out and make you come to a halt and potentially get your car into a wreck. It's just like there's one. Everybody knows who the guy is. He's got a big house up in Hillside. I think he's an oil exec from Texas or Oklahoma who thought he was hot shit because he bought a Bugatti and shipped it to Anchorage.
Yeah, at
I don't
least
know
you
why
guys
you
have a good
hate.
reason to be under construction
I
most
don't
of
know
the
why you
year.
hate nice cars so much, Paul.
Because I hate it on principle, Sarah. I hate it on principle. Up
What the
here, we
fuck is
drive
that
pieces of
principle?
shit.
Explain it to me.
We drive pieces of shit. Nobody sticks out. Nobody drives expensive cars up here. An Alaska Edition truck, to Brad's point, would be a 1987 F 150 with 300,000 miles on it and rust pitting.
I
That's an
still don't
Alaska.
see the principle in that.
I'm being partially facetious, Sarah. I like nice cars. I just
I
can't
don't think
afford
you do.
one.
It
Better
also so,
answer,
like
Paul.
to my point, like and Paul's like Marshalls and a lot of us, we don't live in areas where like if you had a Ferrari, it's cool. Like I'll not knock it. Like a Bugatti, oh, they're great cars. You know what? Have fun at it. I just don't have outside of maybe driving to the corner store, there would never be a use for me to like really enjoy that vehicle. I don't I have roads like in Minnesota and in Texas now that don't have speed limits. Fucking cows, I've learned to swerve around cows. I never thought I'd ever say that a day in my life, but Marshall, yes, I have had to swerve around a cow now. But I have not. I wouldn't have a use for it, especially with the way my lifestyle is. Like a Jeep, a Land Rover, if they actually worked. Like a high end car. My Jeep, however, if I were to buy a brand new one with the same model and the same everything, is 90,000. Today, like I think they're overpriced. Please don't
It's
go out
not
and
as
buy a Jeep.
reliable either.
The new ones aren't as reliable. That's why I'm kind of excited to see that. I think the 2025 editions are coming out where you only have a stick shift, and it's a six. So we'll see how that holds up with their new redesign launch. But
I saw that they're bringing back the Scout. Did you see that?
yes, that's what's posted at
Unfortunately, it's
Pro.
going to be electric.
Well,
I've
there'll
got
be
a
three
generator.
models. There'll be a hybrid too.
Oh, really? There's going to be a hybrid?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to
So
have a generator in it. And it's not that I think the entry model is electric, but I think the next model up is hybrid. It has four-wheel drive. They're saying it has a 5 to 700 mile range, and then with the generator, you can extend that. That's 1,500 mile. Like what? You got 1,000 miles there, maybe close to 1,500, with the generator on it. That if that holds true and it can handle, you know the rural parts of this country, which is pretty vast for anybody who's driven across it, you know it. You can go, fuck, I drove through Texas and it's like 8 hours before you hit civilization. Um, I can tell you that it'll be interesting. It'll be a game changer. But again, it's coming from Volkswagen who bought Scout or International. So I'm a little reserved because Volkswagen has really gone downhill.
it's
Yeah, I
true,
wonder if they'll
but
have the same if they have
this
the
is
same
a
wheelbase
concept
and turning radius.
that's made for them through another alliance. So it's going to be a little bit better than the average Volkswagen.
Yeah, I wonder if they have the same wheelbase and turning radius because that was my first truck. My first vehicle was an International Scout, and man, you could turn on a dime in that thing. And I never ran over any terrain I couldn't traverse or a river I couldn't. I had a fording kit, river I couldn't cross.
Those are pretty short wheelbases in the original ones. I mean, I'm old enough to remember them, and they've done a good job of keeping that design concept and modernizing it. It's a good looking car. I think they're going to do well with it.
Yeah, I love that old Scout. I'd drive it today if it still existed.
It'd be worth a lot of money today.
Oddly enough, you can find them in Texas.
Yep.
I've been looking at again replacing mine because the poor girl, the old bear, she's coming up on just over 200,000 miles, and so she's seen a few winters, and I've kind of like toyed around with the idea of replacing it. I've just never liked a newer Jeep. I could always go out and buy a new one tomorrow, but I just don't really. I like even the Grand Wagoneer. I was excited for that and took it for a test drive. Went and looked at it and said, "Yeah, I don't need an overhyped station wagon. That's just a comfy cruiser. I don't just shop for groceries. And I'm going to say this to anybody who works in the automotive market: please." for the love of God and everything holy that you may believe in, for the love of everything in humanity, stop catering SUVs and pickup trucks to pumpkin spice latte pavement princesses that drive just to their kids' school and drive to Target and then go back home and occasionally the soccer field, or to the business billionaires in their own ethos that can only go to their office and back and to the golf courses on Saturday. Those are not your SUV drivers. Those are not your big pickup drivers. Please bring it back and focus on the rest of us for a little bit. Stop doing that. I don't need electric cup warmers in my fucking vehicle. I can get a cup of coffee, put it in there, and if it gets cold, I'll still fucking drink it down. So please stop catering to that crowd.
Well, and the problem is if the electric cup heater doesn't work, the whole car won't work. You know. But the problem with International Harvester was that they didn't understand planned obsolescence. They made their cars too good. My dad bought an International Harvester Travelall and Scout in 1972, and the Travelall lasted until 1998 when the axle finally cracked in half at 310,000 miles, and the Scout lasted until 94 when I was hit and rolled over. Thankfully, I had a roll bar. Hit by some guy who fell asleep on the highway, hit three other cars and then me. But
Well, they're
I was at about 200,000 at the time, and it had no end in sight. So those cars lasted forever.
their parent company made farm equipment, right? International Harvester. So that's all they knew is making it last.
Yeah, the only problem was once everybody who wanted a Scout bought a Scout, they didn't ever have to buy another one because it lasted forever.
Was
That's true.
interesting when Volkswagen woke up and they found out they realized they own Navistar and the Scout brand. At least they did something with it. And I've said this 4 times now, but I was on a marketing seminar with them, with a bunch of people, and we saw some advanced images of it and talked about it. But I think they've got a winner.
As
I
long as
saw
they
the
don't follow
concept video. It
Ford,
looks great.
it,
It
it,
looks great. Are you
it
telling me they got it
does.
by accident?
Not by accident, but they bought Navistar, I think, for trucking or whatever they make in Navistar. And then they realized that's also the Scout brand. And they thought, well, what can we resurrect and have something that has a history that we can take the concept of this design and move it forward and have a successful product.
My
They
dad.
also took like
Sarah, if you're like wondering, in the United States, right here does not connotate neo-Nazi. When somebody in the European or the German context says ultra right, they are indeed referring to Nazis or Nazi-like people.
But that
At
had
least
nothing
in
to
the
do with that, Marshall. Like the Nazi regime, like started out with like anti-capitalism. They were
well,
all
so
about.
I think I may have been inexact with my language. Nazi's the wrong descriptor. Totalitarianism, that kind of thing, is on the European right. Uh, but you are also right in noting that the National Socialist Party also had a bunch of issues with a bunch of left wing shit. And if you can add to this, Brad, I would be happy to have another addition to part of the definition. But largely, as I understand it, in Europe, that's kind of what they refer to when they're referring that way. But I mean, like, you study this stuff like I do, so like, what do you know about the way they talk about that stuff in Europe? Oh, Brad disappeared. Oh,
Yeah, I've
phone
lived
died or he
there
swiped out.
for a couple years, and they just have I don't know what it's almost like the Europeans have given up the ghost. I mean, it seems like maybe in the recent years they've revitalized it a little bit, but I think the problem with Sunak was he was a finance guy, right? Wasn't he the mayor of the city of London before he became prime
Yeah,
minister?
Sumac was.
And,
Yeah, he was. He
and
was.
he was a finance guy, which didn't resonate with the the block and tackle folks from and anywhere outside of London. I think that was
Oh
really
yeah,
his
no,
issue.
absolutely.
He didn't have he didn't have good kitchen table instincts. I think Keir
So
Starmer
that's.
is from the Midlands, isn't he?
I think so. There you are, Brad.
From the industrial base. I think that's where he's from.
I think so. Yes, but I could be wrong. Like, as I understood it, they went from the Democratic. They went from the Democratic-like party, if it were in the United States, to a little farther to the left. Now, what the fuck am I looking for?
Yeah, no, I haven't actually seen Starmer's what his actual policies are. I haven't dialed in. I watched one of his question hours not too long ago. You know,
You're talking
the
about
weekly
one
thing
of
they do with
his. You're talking about the
the
one they
weekly
do in Parliament.
yeah the weekly thing they do with prime minister's questions. But I
Yeah.
didn't haven't really dived into his what policies are different.
And then Marshall, the only reason they try to say they're like extremists is because they are the right wing, the alternative party, whatever they call them in Germany, they are opposed Muslim immigration. That's why they try to like name them, label them as neo-Nazi or whatever. And me myself, as a woman who was born and raised in a Muslim family, a religious one, and has lived under Islamic countries, I'm terrified of Muslim immigrants too. So I don't blame them for being terrified of that, you know, and a lot, this is one of those topics that most people can't have an opinion on it. But as someone who comes from that roots, I'll tell you myself, look what they've done to Europe. Look what they've done to Canada. We've had less of a Muslim immigrants in
How,
America, and we have less of problems compared to them.
how
I
do you
wouldn't say
know
we
they
have
meant?
less.
Hold on a second. How do you know they meant Muslim?
Oh, it's read their manifests and everything. They are opposed Muslim immigration. Like then you probably don't know much about them.
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure it tracked. Um, Look, I understand where you're coming from, but I like European politics are not comparable to U.S. politics in that way. Like what I specifically mean by that is like in the United States, where the liberals write off the Republicans and or conservatives all the time as terrible people, the difference between that and what European politics are is a wide gap of ideology, right? They still do have fascist. Germany still does have some set of people who are fascist sympathizers,
I
and they
understand that, but this party, I don't even think is the same right wing of Europe. It's called Alternative of Germany. Like this, literally, I believe from what I've heard from my friends. I don't have that much knowledge. Brad might know more about this, but I believe the party that Brad is talking about is only in Germany, and they're like they are right wing, but it's not like a typical right wing. They're literally a new political thing they call themselves. I put a link in the chat. It's called Alternative
I'll give it a look.
German. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, Germany was principally responsible for keeping Turkey out of the EU because they didn't want they already have what they perceived to be a Turkish immigration problem, and that would just open the floodgates to anyone in Turkey who wanted to move to Germany. So Germany did their best to block it, and were successful in doing so.
And what's the most interesting thing? Majority of Muslim countries, it's not easy for you to get illegal. Like they don't let you become an immigrant there easily. Like if you're born in UAE, it doesn't matter. Even if one of your parents are from UAE, you don't necessarily become a citizen of there. Like it's interesting that all these Muslim countries, they're so strict on how someone can, you know, become citizen there or go through immigration to the country, but then they just play so victim and get upset that other countries, like if they say we don't want to like have as much Muslim immigrants or something. But it's this is the truth though. I've had a friend that her daughter, her husband was um from UAE. This is 20 years ago. I don't know if the policies has changed or not. She was from Iran. She wasn't able to get her daughter a birth certificate. They weren't accepting her as a citizen, even though she was born there and her dad was, you know, from that country. And then that same people from the same country, if you say, oh, we oppose like Muslim immigrants, they're like, oh, you're a fascist. You can't say that, blah, blah, blah. But that's just how it is, though. What is this quiet for? David, why did you go in the audience?
Oh, I'm driving and I swipe sometimes on this app. You know how it goes.
Okay.
And I'm in a different room and it's always an accident. But thank
I
you.
just wanted to make sure you didn't like panic from what I
No,
said.
no, 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 no.
Hey, there are people make comments at times, David. I leave the room. Sometimes I go to the audience. I'm like, nope, I'm not participating. I was not on this stage, so that's
Well,
why I asked.
no, I've left the room too, but actually nothing I've heard today is sounds out of the realm of possibility today. So no.
I don't know. I made one statement. Half of the stage are gone. David swiped himself out. Shockingly, there was a 30-second pause on the stage.
What's going on? What's going on? Hey, Marshall. Hey, Sarah. Hey, David.
what's
What's
up,
that
Unc?
talking about?
How Islamophobic Sarah is this morning?
How Islamophobic you are?
Just for today. I'm saying smart countries keep Muslim immigrants out.
Smart
Oh, I don't
countries
agree with that at
keep
all.
Muslim immigrants out of their country.
Yep.
I don't agree with that at all.
Mass
Muslims have
immigration.
Muslims have every right to like immigrate into the United States as long as they follow the law.
Do they follow the law?
Civil law? Yeah, frequently.
I don't know though. I live in LA. They weren't letting Jewish students make it to their dorms. They had like they were like for a
Yeah,
couple
dude, but
weeks.
you just mentioned the reason why you live in LA. LA is like the center cesspool for all of that
Oh,
stuff.
absolutely. Absolutely. I always
So,
tell people, I'm like, you can if I lived in a far right state, I would probably identify as a liberal because I'm a very moderate person. I don't like extreme in anything. Do believe radicalism is like a danger to democracy in general. So if I lived in another state, I probably would have, somewhat little bit different political views. I agree on that, Marshall.
well, so here's a question, and it's gonna sound like I'm poking at you. I really don't mean it that way. Uh, what's the difference between that and just being a contrarian, right? Like always taking the opposite point of view, unless, like, at least this is what I'm thinking, unless your belief is that there needs to be balance on a scale, and so you'll represent the other side to counterbalance the side you
My
dislike.
comment about Muslim immigrant has nothing to do with where I live, though. I just
No,
told you
okay,
what I've seen in America, and you're
yeah.
claiming it's different in other states. So it doesn't matter. And you know what? It's probably different in other states because a lot of Muslims probably want to end up in California because they know they got more freedom here and they can get away with not following the laws. That's probably part of it. Okay, so I don't know the statistics, but I'm assuming we'll find, a lot of Muslims here. But the fact that I am against illegal, like not illegal, like mass immigration from Muslim countries, is because of what we see happen in Europe and what happening in Canada. And I just explained to you guys, majority of these Muslim countries, they're not going to let you easily move there. They don't let you become citizen. There is a tons of countries in Muslim countries. I just gave you guys example. My friend, her husband was from UAE, and she was having a hard time getting a birth certificate for her daughter, even though she was born in UAE. So yeah, I don't think people who live in those countries or from those countries, they have the right to like say, oh, you guys are like Islamophobic or whatever, because they don't let people in themselves either. And yes, Christy, this didn't, that what happened in the colleges and universities was not specifically just for California. It happened in a lot of colleges and universities. I just don't understand why the men on this app, a lot of them, not all of them, they just like to argue with me. I don't get it, but that's okay. So on, this is what we were talking about.
Do you think that not all but men like to argue with you?
I don't know. Wasn't Marshall right now telling me that that's only in LA? Do we not know about the protests and the craziness, madness at MIT, at Harvard, at all the universities around the country? So does he just not have the education, or he wants to just argue over it? I think it's the second one. Or last night he calls me a white woman, and today he says he didn't do that.
Well, sounds to me like you and Marshall have some issues y'all need to probably iron out. It hasn't been my experience that I've seen people, and I assume you're saying that people purposefully go out of their way just to say contradictory stuff about stuff that you say, or they go out of their way to disagree with what you say, or what?
Did you say I don't think men should have the right to disagree with me?
I'm not saying that men don't have the right. I'm not saying anybody doesn't have a right
Okay,
to
I
disagree
didn't
with you.
understood what you
I'm
said.
trying to
What I'm
figure out
saying is
why
what he
you're.
was arguing about.
Israel's done.
Yeah, I don't get it. If those
Oh,
you
I get it. I get it completely.
well, I don't get it, and I don't understand why people don't see that. As far as I can see, Israel is just trying to survive.
Well, yes, but unfortunately, there's a lot of prejudice and racism, not only in the world, which in our own country, which still permeates society and the human condition today. And that's just a fact of life.
I don't condone for 1 second the loss of life in terms of and I'm a Marine, so you know what I'm saying. But at the
Thank you.
same time,
Thank you for your service on this fine day
no
Friday.
worries, no worries, Steve-O. But at the end of the day, if and see, it's so hard to know whether or not the news that you're getting is propaganda, if it's what I'm saying, if it's misinformation, if it's you just don't know because you got so many different news outlets spitting information at you and contradicting each other. You got Fox News saying one thing, you got MSNBC saying another thing, you got CNN saying some other shit, you got all ABC, you got all these, you got TYT, you got Newsmax, you got all this shit. And it's like, a lot of innocent Palestinians are being killed, right? And is that cool? Hell no. It ain't cool. That's the innocent Palestinian. But then you got other people saying that them innocent people aren't as innocent as they appear because they allow the Hamas regime to exist. Now, does that mean that I lived in Los Angeles for 40 years in a A. Trey Hoover Crip neighborhood.
And I am born, raised, currently speaking from Los Angeles my entire life.
I'm gonna pray for you, bruh. I'm gonna pray for you. Have you already packed? You trying to get the fuck away from there or what? No. You trying to stay there?
I own Casa de Appel brick and mortar. And I'm not at. Oh, by the way, for those of you that are hearing my voice for the first time, I'm in my early 60s. I'm planning. I'm planning on retiring in about
increasing
Yes.
every day, that
Yes.
people are beginning to realize that they are not building $1 billion casinos because people are winning money in said casinos.
Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
think that
sir.
rationalization is coming to light, and people are saying, you know what? I'm just not gonna be one of the damn fools. But keep in mind, the tourists that come to Las Vegas, with however much money they bring that they've been saving, they have absolutely no intention with leaving with any of it. They come here specifically to leave without it. They come here to leave with stories about how they had sex in a bathroom or smoked weed and drank alcohol right on the strip, and they saw the magnificent fountain show in front of the Bellagio, or they went into the Sphere and came out cussing like crazy saying they want, that Sphere thing is a total debacle.
What do you
They
mean?
hate it.
What do you mean debacle? You hate it?
They hate it. I haven't been in it. I have. I
Is
take
the
pictures. I took a video of it.
don't the Eagles have residency there? Yes.
Yes, and my understanding is that the concert that the Eagles did, or is they're about to do another one. They've already done
Yes.
one,
Yes.
but I
Yes.
heard it was magnificent, amazing, marvelous, and wonderful. But I've heard other people communicate to me, "Fuck that spear. I want my fucking money back." They
Gotcha.
weren't
So there.
referring to the Eagles concert. They were just referring generally to their experience with whatever it was in the
They're not
spirit.
talking about the concert. They're talking about staying there for a couple of nights.
Whatever it is, they not happy about it. They are not, and I think it's like they're like saying they could have gone to a regular movie theater and paid $40 as opposed to $125 to go to the Sphere to watch a movie. I guess I don't know. I ain't been in the place, so I'm not gonna cast
They
no negative
charge
aspersion. one hundred and
$125.
twenty-five dollars. Yeah, $125. Shit, them Eagles tickets to the concert, man, you could pay up to $3,000.
Yeah, but if you look at the price of concert tickets these days, I mean,
It's comparable. It is comparable. It is.
This like the battle of the uncles. We got Uncle Steve and we got Unc on the stage at the
Oh,
same
I
time.
ain't even see you, nephew. What up, baby?
What's up, Unc?
Hey, man, check this out. We
How you
gonna
doing, Uncle
stop
Steve?
fucking picking on Sarah, okay? We gonna stop doing that shit. We gonna
we're
stop
not
picking
picking
on
on
Sarah,
Sarah.
man.
We were talking about the Eagles in Vegas.
I know, but no, it's this is a carryover, Steve, from Hakima was on the
Oh,
stage, and
oh.
we was having a conversation.
Hakima called me.
I ain't
Hakima
gonna say
called
what
me
we was having a
fascist.
conversation about.
I
I ain't
told
gonna
him
say it.
something, and then Marshall got
Sarah,
mad
I
at
ain't gonna
me.
say what we was having a conversation about, but it didn't turn out. It
Hey,
went a little sideways,
Hakima and
Steve.
I, let me ask you a question. You and
Go.
Steve are both pretty good with business. If Hakima and we start a podcast, it's going to kill it, right?
Yeah, as long as y'all don't agree on any fucking thing.
I don't think we ever agree on anything, do we, Hakima?
I think y'all will make some money with that. I think it'll be a he said, she said. Y'all can't name it that because it's already a movie
We
name.
literally, I don't think we've ever agreed on anything. I don't know.
Well,
Well, no, if I see people like last night some guy was talking crap about what black woman in the chat. That's probably the only thing we agree on. Like, and I was like, no, don't do that. But
Well, we agreed on the most important thing then.
yeah,
Don't
yeah,
insult
yeah.
black women
But
or any
like
woman.
I call him
as long as
socialist. He
y'all
calls
agree to
me
disagree,
fascist.
Steve and I'll come on and add some color commentary to the get down. Steve, I'm gonna negotiate your contract. Steve and I are gonna need a 10% kickback on the whole piece, and all merchandise sold, we're gonna need a 10% kickback on that. Yeah, let's have a negotiation. Talk about it. What's happening? I know people. Don't fuck with me, Sarah. I can make this shit happen. I promise to God on my soul.
May I introduce everybody to somebody? Would that be okay?
Absolutely, Steve.
I would like everybody to meet Christian Hill. Christian Hill lives in California. Christian Hill has been on Clubhouse for a couple of months now, and Christian Hill is finding his way along the Clubhouse streets. So I just want to give everybody a warm welcome to Christian Hill. And that being said, treat him as you would treat anybody else.
Fuck you, Christian, and I hope you have a terrible
Go,
motherfucking time
go to
on
hell, Christian.
Clubhouse, you
Go to hell,
motherfucker.
you
No, no,
goddamn
no, no, no. I'm
bastard.
fucking with you, cuz. I'm
Isn't
fucking with you.
Hey,
What's
Christian?
hey,
happening, Christian? This unkety unk. What's going on?
Hey, stop,
You my
stop,
another new few.
I'm
Unc.
doing great. How about you, man? I'm
Oh
doing
my
great.
Isn't
God, it's a fine
isn't
ass woman.
Christian?
Okay.
Christian, aren't you
Okay.
14?
Hey, hold on a second, Sarah. Let me shoot my shot. You've been chopping me the fuck. I done proposed to your ass 50
Unc, he's
times, and you
14.
keep telling me no. So now let
Unc,
me shoot my shot at
Unc,
Hold
her.
on, Unc. I just want to inform you. I am a
he's
teenage
14
boy.
years old.
I am.
Huh?
If for the record, Christian is a teenage male. I don't think
And
he
that's
had.
why we remove him from the rooms
How the
usually
fuck did he get on the
because
stage? How?
we
Well,
say a
hey,
lot
as
of
whoa, as a
inappropriate
teenager,
things.
you can be 19, but you know.
Yeah, but you can't be 15.
14. Am I right, Christian?
14? God damn.
And
But
by the
listen,
way, I did not invite him up. Somebody else
I
did.
promise to God I didn't invite him.
Christian, am I correct or not?
you said how old?
14.
That would be correct.
Okay, and that's
Christian, you're
why
not supposed to
please
be on the stage,
I
broski.
apologize, but every time I'm a mod in any room, I have to remove you because the rooms that I'm in, we talk about inappropriate things that are 18 plus.
Before you
That is
remove
correct.
before you remove him, I just want to point out that Christian has pointed out to me previously that the clubhouse terms of service allow anybody on if you're 13 or older. I just wanted to point out that fact.
Yes, we know that, but because we speak inappropriate things to the point that last night, Unc and I, we were fighting about how
Yeah, I got
inappropriate
a
the
potty mouth.
conversation
Yeah,
was.
I got a
We all
real
do.
potty
I
mouth.
have to.
Yeah.
If he goes in political rooms that they don't like, cross any lines, that's okay. But a lot of the rooms that I'm in, people do. That's why I'm just letting him know he doesn't. So I don't want him to be
And
like, why are they
no, no,
removing
no.
me?
I'm not going to argue that point.
Yeah, me either. Me either. I'm not arguing with that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Christian,
and
before you
forgive
do
me
anything,
for
Christian,
mishearing your voice. I mean, I'm sorry about
No,
that.
it's okay, man.
No
yeah,
I
disrespect.
before you boot him, I just want to say, Christian, you are always invited, and I look forward to seeing you in my weekend rooms
yeah,
tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. That's it.
yeah. Thank you. I hope everybody here has a good day. Thank you. For at least giving me the chance to talk and not just forgetting me.
Merry Christmas, Christian.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Okay.
Christian
Very
is
well done.
Christian is
Whoa.
very respectful. He's very intelligent, well versed, well read for his age. He tells me he not only wants to be a doctor, he wants to be a surgeon, and I'm so happy to hear from young teenagers such as him rather than the 41% of 18 to 29-year-olds that say it's acceptable or somewhat acceptable to assassinate a CEO of a company. So, me hearing
What
Christian
is
is a
that
breath of fresh air.
retarded crazy shit right there, Steve? What is that crazy shit right there? You know that they made the sweatshirt he was wearing popular. They're buying them.
I'll tell you what that crazy shit is that none of those 18 to 29-year-olds have a mom, a dad, or a family member that works in insurance, or they don't know that they do. Because, let's say hypothetically, they had a mom or a dad or a family member that was working for United Health that played a part in denying someone's claim or denying coverage. Would they say it's okay to assassinate their mom or their dad? because they played a part in that? I don't think so.
Yeah, I have to agree with you 10,000%. At the end of the day, man, that man was somebody's daddy, husband, son, uncle, brother. I man,
And I'll tell you
Hold on.
what this is.
Sorry, sorry for coming
I'll
in
tell
here.
you what the
I'm
cause
sorry
is.
for interrupting. Can someone invite Eric up? I tried to mod him. Accidentally, I sent him to the
I can
audience.
invite Eric up. I'll invite
I
Eric up
just
right
did.
now.
I just did. I invited him up.
And I'll invite him too. I'll tell you exactly. I just invited him. I'll tell you exactly what this is. This is our 18 to 29-year olds watching YouTube and blogging on Facebook and not seeing somebody killed in front of their eyes IRL. If and when they ever saw a family member killed right in front of their eyes, they would have what's known as a paradigm shift. And they would say, nope, it's not okay to violate the rules of our law, to plan out, by the way, detailing and then laying in wait and shooting somebody in the back and then attempting to avoid capture.
Yeah, that's some uncool shit in every kind of way. Some shit that can be uncool. That's just not cool at all. And I'm speaking from the standpoint of uh, burying my little brother without the back of his head still attached to his body because somebody shot him in the back of the head with a sawed off shotgun, and it yeah. So yeah, and believe it or not, prior to that, I had experiences with people getting killed, but not my brother, and it didn't even register to me, until that. Yep, it didn't even register to me until that. So condolences to anybody who's lost a loved one to senseless violence. The shit is ridiculous, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Yep. Eric, what say you?
I think my microphone's probably terrible because I have my Bluetooth in. Is it pretty bad?
Yes,
Nah, you all
it
right.
is. It is kind of bad. Are you wearing earbuds, earpods?
Yes. Can you tell me the secret on how to fix this?
Well, that's better. Whatever you just did, it's better. But the only way I can think of fix it is to take them out.
I'm walking my mutts.
Sorry, I sent you to audience. I tried to mod you.
You tried to mod who?
When I try, I don't know. Steve, have they moved the mod and moved to audience spot? Because I don't know why I constantly send people to audience when I try to mod them.
I modded him, Sarah.
No, I know. When I'm send him to audience, I've done that mistake in the past. And then if I wait till people stop talking, that person gets upset and leaves the room. That's why I
Well,
interrupted
Sarah,
you
as
guys.
for Eric specifically, he's modded, so leave him alone.
Hey, Eric, hey, try to put it in music mode. I found that my headphones work better while they're in music mode.
So Eric, did you want to contribute?
Oh yeah, sure, man. I mean,
You. Oh, by
I,
the way, you sound good now. Whatever you did, you sound great there, bro.
I think sometimes these things just catch the wind the wrong way. So yeah, this situation with the younger generation. I mean, and kind of the reaction to this guy, it's troubling for sure. Luigi Mangione. He's a terrorist, really. I mean, and to hear all the to hear all the false equivalencies, it's
Eric, question for
kind
you.
of hard to stomach some of the
Eric,
stuff that
question
people think.
for you. Eric, do you think if Mangione was 50 years old, 5'8", 255 pounds, with scraggly beard and long hair, do you think so many people would be in favor? So many kids, 18 to 29, would be in favor of what he did?
No, because the narrative would be that this guy, gave up on his life. He didn't have anything to live for, anyways, because his life sucked. Because you just painted the picture of a man who, in the zeitgeist of our time, would think that that was a pathetic person. So it wouldn't make a story. The people. I work in TV, and what they always are looking for to keep the viewer coming back in between the commercial breaks is stakes. And I'm not talking about Omaha steaks. I'm talking about steaks.
They're looking for a good looking Italian, 20 to 30 years old, that has a fucking 8 pack.
Yeah, they're like, why would this guy give up? The stakes were so high. He had everything ahead of him, so people gobble that shit up. That's why. That's why the true crime shows. I've done a lot of those too. People, they always like the story about the pretty woman killer, or the pretty woman victim. People of affluence. I actually worked on a show, Dominic Dunn's Power, Privilege, and Justice, which was it was a show about celebrities who were caught up in murders and crazy shit. So people love that angle, and so that's what this plays into it.
I just want to know why Callie ain't came up on the stage so I can flirt with her fine ass.
Uncle Steve will never ever flirt with any woman unless she flirts with Uncle Steve first.
You something like a player. You something like a player, Stevie Steve. Player. Callie say she working. All right, well, when you stop working, get your ass up on the stage so I can
Steve,
flirt with
can I
I
tell you
I
something?
cannot take the chance of an unwanted sexual advance. I could be sued, and I can't handle that. She has to flirt with me first. Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you something. So I literally wrote in the chat to Christy that I think that guy Christian, probably Steve's rooms are the best for him, because I don't know if you remember me or not, but I was on the app last year, and I was at the atheist room almost every morning with you guys. So I know how you run the rooms, and they're very appropriate. But after I said that, I said I'm actually taking that back. You know why, Steve? Anybody who speaks on the stage, we get all these back channels, and this Christian guy, his voice does sound a little bit, like maybe like a woman, or yeah, I think it's the age and puberty, so we don't know what people might send him in the back channel. I just think it's very wrong, and another day in another room, I felt somebody was flirting with him, and it's just that at the late at night, people are drunk. A lot of these a lot of these rooms were just social, and the conversation go really, really south. So I just think for his own protection, it's really creepy for us to let him stay in the
I did
rooms.
not speak up against bouncing him. I got no problem with it. But if any ladies are in the room on the other side of the planet and are drunk and want to flirt with your Uncle Steve, hit me up first. Trust me, I will flirt back.
Case in point, sir. No, but it's funny to watch how kids, young men, adolescents, they make people squirm a little bit sometimes. So that was a very funny uh, interaction. The crazy thing is that kid's super smart. He's even been in these rooms a couple times. Not with you modding, Sarah, obviously, but yeah, I dreamt up a TV show right there when he came on, and here's my pitch. You take this kid and he becomes your caddy, and he cat. That's a good one, right?
Funny. I
That's a
like
good one.
it. I like
Yeah.
it. What about he said she said with Sarah and Akima?
Yeah, I'm here for it.
All right, put a treatment together, Sarah. Chat GPT.
I really think we would make a very good podcast or
We've
anything,
already established that, Sarah. It's time to do the work now. Put
because we
together a
both get
treatment
heated.
so Eric can sell it.
We do get heated. Sometimes I have to close the mic at the same time that I'm like so angry, like the way the conversation goes. Even myself, I have to mute myself and then I'm laughing. Like the way we talk cracks myself up. I don't know about the rest of the people, but
Well,
I
both
think
you
it's
guys are both very passionate in your beliefs, and that's what it takes. Is that you have a very unbending, uncompromising opinion, and so does Akima. And sometimes y'all agree, most of the time y'all don't, and it makes for good, it makes for good banter. I think you're respectful towards one another, and that helps. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's got all the makings of a good situation.
Until she threatened to beat me with a stick or something. Sorry, guys.
Hey, don't you be threatening my nephew,
Ankh.
goddammit.
Ankh.
What?
He was saying something dumb. I said, if I see you, I'll slap you. He said, I may like that. He made it sexual. So I had to, next time I said, if I see you, I'm going to hit you with a stick. What are you
He may
saying?
like that. He
He
may
said
like
that.
that.
He said that again.
Yeah, there you go. My nephew is a gangster. You think he got 11 kids by being a lame? You don't get a woman to have no when you don't get a woman or women to you know let you impregnate them unless you're a gangster. You got to be a gangster. The world loves gangsters. Christine, what say you? Kristen or whatever. Who is that? Who is that? Do I know you? Who is that? Hakima?
What?
Christine.
What?
Hey,
What?
what say you?
I don't like gangsters.
You don't like gangsters?
Hell no.
Well, say it with your chest then.
Kristen don't like nobody.
Kristen don't like
Yeah,
nobody?
yeah,
Okay.
I do.
Unc, did you just tell a woman to say it with her chest? Did I hear you correctly?
You heard it loud and clear.
I
You
love
heard it
that.
loud and clear.
It's
Don't
cute when
you have
it's
you
cute.
have my permission to steal it, Steve?
It's really cute when Unc gives a command, and I allow that. I don't respond accordingly, but it's cute when he does
Because
command.
you know I'm joking, right?
Uh huh.
Okay, there it is. And you know what's annoying as fuck to me is these people get triggered because first of all they don't know me, right? And then they start, and everybody like, especially if Roger is around and you really want to get cussed out, let me say something that everybody who knows me know I'm joking and being trying to be funny or whatever, and they say some crazy shit. Ooh, Roger read their ass to riot act. Cause Roger's my white chocolate nephew from another auntie,
I
right?
love going head to head with Roger, but he doesn't engage anymore. He's lost interest in me, Unc.
You know what? I'm gonna just have to fucking have a conversation with. That ain't the way I raised him to
I'm not
lose interest.
complaining. I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying any of that. It is what it is, and that's all right. He's got his own shit, but it is fun to spar, and he doesn't want to spar anymore. I think he's afraid.
Oh hell no, Roger ain't scared of shit. You must
Maybe
be a
he's met a
bad.
match.
You must
I have
be a
no idea.
bad mother. You must be a bad MF.
I've never seen Roger be scared. Kristen, what are you talking about? I think she has a crush on him.
It ain't as big as the crush you got on him. Damn, crickets, really? I thought that was a pretty good response, didn't you, Eric? That was pretty
I
good,
don't
wasn't it?
I don't think my I don't know why my mic wasn't opening. I don't have a crush on anything, Unc. If you haven't heard this before, let me say it one more time for all the men in the room. I'm only friends with everyone. I broke up with my ex 3 Christmas ago. It's 3 years. I'm celibate. I haven't been on a single date and I'm not planning to date anyone. So, no, I don't have a crush on any man, not on Clubhouse, not on real life. And I'm not planning on that because I'm still working on myself. So, please stop saying Sarah has a crush on this person or that person. I hear a lot of that lately. I don't appreciate it.
Hakima, now I know why she's so fucking cranky. Now I know why she's so fucking cranky, Akima.
I get it. I get it now.
I be damn. It was right there in front of us and we didn't even recognize it. Well, Sarah, just for the record, not just, I'm not just saying this because my tendency is such that when I ain't did the horizontal mumbo with nobody for a while, I be annoyed. I be annoying. I be fucking cranky and mad and all kind of crazy shit. And then as soon as I give me a little bit of strawberry shortcake, you dig. Because I know you don't like saying regular words to describe, what grown-ups like doing to each other when they doing it to each other, right? With each other, right? So I ain't gonna do that. But I will, however, say that I've known to get that crankiness right up out of a woman.
And now that I said that, Trump, I like to say something else. Steve, let me say one more thing because now that I said that, I like to say this for the men because this is important to say too. I also know that because people have told me that, oh, you want attention. That's why you wear like you put pictures, PTRs with revealing clothes. That is not true. I'm going to tell you guys why I do that. I'm on the Iranian side of this application as well. That's my way of protesting because of woman right in Iran right now, and when I go in those rooms with like a short dress picture and stuff, they remove me, they get angry at me. But that is me protesting. I'm not looking for attention. Not that it matters or it's anyone's business why I put certain pictures, but I just wanted to put that out there too.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
Steve, how many drinks you've had already? I hate you. I'm
You
sober.
haven't had enough, goddamn it. Drink some more, Steve, because I can't drink. I got acid reflux. This
Keep
shit'll
those
make my
drops.
head explode.
Keep those drops coming too.
Steve, what is your PTR?
Planet of the Apes.
It's Caesar from Planet of the Apes.
Oh, I haven't watched it.
You haven't watched Planet of the Apes? How old are you? 12?
44.
And you haven't watched Planet of the Apes? Or Return to Planet of the Apes?
I think maybe I was a child. I remember my parents watching it. Is
Yes,
that
the first one was 1968, 1969. Then they redid them. There were five of them between 68, 69, and 74, 75. Then they
yeah, so I
redid
wasn't born
them.
yet.
But then they redid them.
In 80s, right? Mid
I
80s,
think the
85,
90s,
6.
I think, maybe
Uh
2000.
I
I don't know.
wasn't living here in 90s, so that would explain.
You say you 40 folks, Sarah?
44.
Damn, you ain't nothing but 3 years older than my oldest son.
I told you I can be a child.
And she's three years young, 3 years younger than me.
No, you're 60
Are you
something,
ready for me?
Hakima. You already told us that.
I'm 47. What are you talking about?
You say you're 60 something.
I'm said he's
How
65.
how do you
I'm,
have 11 kids at 47? Holy fuck.
He was
What?
putting that business down. He was putting it down.
What?
He was laying that Mississippi mambo down. That Mississippi swamp snake.
hey, just know I got
Hakima,
nine.
you have 11 kids?
Yeah, I have nine of them from the age of.
Wow, I didn't know.
I have nine from the age of 30 to 22,
Dude,
and I had then.
I've known you for a year now. I didn't know you had 11 kids.
Yep, nine of them are from 30 to
If you want to
22. The
learn
other two is
more
one
about
year, 1 and
Hakima,
8.
come to our podcast. Woohoo!
The key is on the floor right there.
Hey, Steve, you should feel bad now and send my $100 back I lost to you.
Uh,
just, just,
what?
just kidding.
Yeah, no worries. I won the bet. Hakeem has sent me the money, and now Hakeem is saying I should feel bad for whatever reason I don't know, so I should send him the money back. Okay.
Because he's a socialist.
That's
He
good.
believes no
That's
one
good
should
game,
own
cuz.
anything.
Yeah, that's chutzpah, babe. That's
You
chutzpah.
goddamn right it is. They ask me for money back every Wednesday. They ask me for money back before we even tee off. They say, "Hey, check this out, Freeway. I'm gonna need my money back when we get through." And I say, "Check this out, homeboy. I don't understand that bullshit that's coming out your mouth right now."
Unk, how far can you hit the 7 iron?
Oh no, I don't hit it far. I'm just real accurate. You
Well,
know, I got
do
seriatic
you know how
arthritis in
far you
both
can
my
hit it,
hips.
or you don't know?
I use a 7 iron from
Yeah.
125 to 130.
Oh, okay. All right. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, 125 to 137 iron. Yep. 100 yards, 9 iron. Yep. 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 I'm dangerous, Steve. I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you.
Yeah.
I'm dangerous.
I haven't picked up sticks in 8 to 10 years. So
Shame on you. I wouldn't admit that out loud.
yeah.
I just wouldn't
Sorry.
even admit
Sorry,
it.
man.
Nope, I wouldn't do that to myself if I was you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Somebody might be listening. I'm just wondering why. Oh my God, is that my wife, woman? Who is it? That's not my L, is it? Is that my L? Akeem, is that my L down there in the
How
goo?
is Elle not invited to the stage?
How is she not on the damn stage?
Hakima, how many baby mamas?
I don't have any baby mothers. I have mothers of my children.
How many different mother of children?
6.
I raised you good, nephew. Boy, did I do a good job with you. God damn it. Hold on a second. I got to pat myself on the back.
I couldn't have did it without you.
I already don't, hey, don't, you know, they trying to put in requests for training and I'm retired. That must not be my L. I invited her up. She didn't come up. I should have said that might not be our L because you know that's our L.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah. Boy, was that the funniest shit you ever seen in your fucking life, Steve?
Well, I thought the shit that occurred after the statement was funnier.
Oh, it was hysterical. It was hysterical. Bill Clinton was a big old Mac from way back in the presidential suite. So keep in mind, people don't apologize because they sorry. They apologize because they got caught. Now let's explore the probability that she wasn't the only one getting him dome in under the what they call the desk in the White House. The desk in the White House, huh?
The presidential desk? I don't fucking know.
No, there's a
Yeah,
name
right.
for it. No, there is a name. It's escaping me right now. There is a name for it.
Well, I'll just say this: she wasn't the only one he was hitting in that Oval Office.
Yeah, but
I
the
promise.
the blow job was not the real issue. The real issue was during the blow job that Clinton was on a secure call, and she did not have security clearance to listen to the call.
See, that's why I couldn't be the president. Cause I be doing all kind of fuck that. They be impeaching my black ass every 2 hours. God damn it! God damn it, Freeway! You can't do that. You the president.
It's
Well,
called
how the fuck?
it's
Why the
called the.
fuck do I want to be the president and I can't do the shit I want to do?
I had to look it up. It's called the Resolute Desk.
The resolute death.
The
Yeah.
resolute desk. Okay, I didn't
The-
know that.
And what does the word resolute mean? Come on, all you $200,000 educated sons of bitches. What do resolute mean? It can't be that hard. Siri, what the fuck do resolute mean? Oh, that's right. Siri don't work when I'm on this thing. Oh, there go my homeboy. What up, Brady Brad?
What up, Unc? What are you up to?
Man, same pimping, different prostitute. You know how this thing go.
Brad, how the heck are you? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning, good evening, good night, Merry
Yeah, yeah,
Christmas.
right. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, yeah.
Resolute means admirably purposeful, determined, unwavering. She was resolute and unswerving. Is the
And
way to use it.
Which
Yeah.
which
that's
apparently
my
is
nephew.
which apparently is different than the word resolution, which means come to a conclusion or finality. I'm not looking on the internet. I'm just bringing that up.
Well, you might as well just instead of saying all them goddamn words, just say bust a nut.
Well, I know what that phrase means.
Okay, I think it means the same thing as resolution. You come
It
to a
means
resolution.
the big O, baby.
You damn right. That's what it means. Da-dum-bum. Brad, what was you in there talking about the electric cars? Y'all was arguing about electric cars. Fuck a electric car.
I'm with you, Unc. Fucking electric car. You ain't getting me. You're not getting me behind one of those unless it's got a lot of things met for me.
Hey, you know if you stand in front of a Tesla, that motherfucker won't move.
Yeah, how am I supposed to run over people if I'm not.
Man.
You're taking all the fun out of this. If you can
Yeah,
dodge
how
a
you gonna get
car,
some points on your license if you don't run over at least one person a day? What the fuck? And then what about you have an accident on the freeway? Imagine this, Steve. You have somebody runs into you on the 405 going up the hill by Skirball,
Uh huh.
and the
Yeah.
car, you just sitting in the fucking car in
Yep.
traffic, because it's always traffic. It ain't never not traffic
Yep.
on the 405
Yep.
approaching Skirball before you get over the hill to
I know
get on
exactly
the
what you're talking about.
101.
405
Okay.
in Mulholland. I know exactly what you're
Man.
talking about.
So what you doing? You sitting your goofy ass in the car on the expressway, car ain't moving, and you got to wait for 5 hours for a helicopter to come because the police can't get to you.
Well, speaking of driverless cars, which was brought up a moment ago, they don't have them yet in the San Fernando Valley, in the valley where I am. However, they do have them now in Santa Monica. And I'm about 20 miles from Santa Monica.
They
And
got them all over Vegas.
I know that, and Arizona, and San Francisco. Unlike Brad, if I understood him correctly, I think I did. I am looking forward to having the time and the experience of getting into my first driverless car. I really, truly am. I want to try it once.
It might be the last time you try it.
That's right. It might be.
You might come and go at the same time.
That's right. It could.
And Sarah, don't you go your ass off this stage no more without getting permission first. You
And
think you grown or some
I do
shit?
need to go off this stage in about 2.5 minutes. I have a meeting at the top of the hour.
Oh, okay.
Were you drunk last night? I
I'm
thought
drunk
we had
now
a
and I don't drink.
I thought we had a good fucking conversation and you got the understanding that other than my man, the rest of the men in this world, I'm equal to them and nobody fucking bosses me around.
Wait a minute. I thought you said you've been celibate for a while and you don't have a man. Did I
I don't,
misunderstood
but
what?
that if I'm in a relationship, that's the
Ah,
only man who can boss me around. We had this conversation, Unc.
Oh,
I
so the
am
only
not.
person that got the authority to boss you around is the stud that's giving it to you, huh?
and you currently don't have a man and you've been celibate to 2 to 3 years, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
How are your eyeballs not sticking out of your face or some shit? 3 years with no DI? Lord have mercy.
She
Say it
must,
ain't so.
Unc, she must have a bob.
You think?
I know. You've got a bob, right, girl?
Yeah, but ain't nothing like the real. No, you know what? See,
I
this
about let's make
conversation
sure
is about to
let
go sideways. Let's stop. Let's stop now. Let's stop now.
I moved both of you to the audience. I like both of you, but I know you're both drunk, and I got no jokes with either one of you. So if you guys want to behave like gentlemen, come back on stage. Otherwise, I'll keep you guys down in the audience.
Well, thank you for bringing me back up. I will behave like an audience. I I got my meeting, so I'll just say,
Good
everybody
chopping it up with you, Steve-O.
have a great day and be careful on the clubhouse streets. Ciao.
My man. What's so goddamn funny, Heels? Come up here and tell us what's so funny. Here, let me invite you up, goddammit.
Hello. I don't like to join this stage because you guys are horrible. So I stay down in the audience and just troll the
Hills,
chat.
Hills, we're gonna see
Sarah,
more and more women coming on this stage
you
because
will
I
now.
am
That was
fighting for all of you.
Y'all supposed to be up here protecting y'all girl back.
she can handle it, and that's what I'm laughing at. That she moves you both down, and she says, "Behave like gentlemen," and then you come back up, and Steve can't even pronounce what he's trying to say before his call because Sarah's like, "Y'all are drunk. It's just cute. Y'all are cute."
And she did it so quick. You're welcome. And she did it so quick, like she had one button for both of y'all.
Yeah, okay. Just put us both the fuck in the goo. Ain't that a damn shame? Well, it ain't like I ain't been put in the goo before. Been there, done that.
And I really like both of you, Unc. It's just
I
that,
really like you too.
but it's just like when you guys drink, I don't know. Sometimes it's too much. It's like I don't have any jokes with men in 60s. I mean, if you guys were in your 30s or 40s, maybe.
Okay, so
Wait,
I'm in
how
my
old
Well,
are
40s.
you?
So so
I
so,
don't know
so
what
I can
age
That
got
judge
to
was
do
a
very
with it.
well.
joke. That was a joke. That was absolutely a joke. Me trolling, you guys didn't get it. But my point is, I don't really have any jokes with either one of you. Have I ever flirted with either one of you? Why do, like men have to take, you guys have to take clues. If I joke with someone sexually, that usually means they can joke back. That's just true for any woman. And I don't do that with any men. And I thought we had a good conversation last night, Unc.
Well, see, here's the thing, and I mean this very, very, very respectfully, right? If you're not a lesbian and you've never dated a woman, your advice to me, keep in mind, I was 15. I've been at this for 50 years, dating women and listening to women tell me one thing and contradict that what they said with their behavior. So respectfully, respect that you feel that
I'm
most
not
women, as you
lecturing
put it,
you on other women. I
okay,
literally told you and Steve, I don't appreciate neither one of you talk like that to me,
okay,
Sarah.
great. All right,
That's
I'm
it.
gonna give
So
you a break.
don't. I
I'm gonna
don't
give
know
you a
why
break.
you're talking about other women. And if I'm in a room like last night when not just women but even men were coming in the room and people were leaving and saying what is going on here because it wasn't sexual and funny anymore. It kind of became gross, and it was a 30 minutes conversation on going on and going on. That's the only reason I came and told you, and then you told me that's not true, and then KK came and backed me up. If you were reading the chat last night, you probably would have noticed it. And I only said it to you, Ankh, because I like you. I prefer having communication with people that I like and I enjoy being around them rather than just ignoring them and not going in the rooms that they are, which I do with a lot of people. But you took it in the wrong way. But I thought we had a good conversation last night.
No, no, I didn't take it at all the wrong way. I totally told you that if, in fact, the conversation that was being had wasn't appropriate to the women who were listening to the conversation, I respect that. But at the same time, you have to respect that there are women for whom that conversation last night would have been lukewarm. They'd have been snoring. That shit wouldn't have affected them at all. Period. It wouldn't have affected. In fact, they would have loved to contribute to the conversation by way of saying shit like, yeah, you niggas out here be talking about how y'all be tearing the pussy up and blah, blah, blah. You lame ass motherfuckers, y'all ain't tearing shit up. I can't believe that I actually let this dude take me to the crib and take off all my clothes. And 5 minutes before we even got started, this motherfucker was already through. If I'd have had a bat, I'd have hit him in the head with it. So I'm just saying different strokes for different folks. I'm not saying that you be feeling inappropriate about what was no, you being feeling the way you felt and the other women feeling the way they felt about the conversation that was being had last night with by adults, by grown ass people, right? You have every right to feel that way. but you also have every right to understand, appreciate, and accept the fact that there would have been women. There are women for whom that conversation would have been right up their fucking alley.
Clubhouse is not one size fit all.
Yeah. I bet you Akima didn't have them kids by not having some conversations that some women would have deemed inappropriate. I bet you I wouldn't be pregnant right now at the ripe old age of 65 because my sons won't give me no grandkids, so fuck them. I'm going to have me another kid and I'm going to raise me a golf pro. I'm jealous of Tiger Woods. I got to watch him play golf with his son tomorrow. That shit is so fucking, that's annoying. That's annoying. That's what it is. It's annoying. But anyway, I don't want to center myself. Braddy Brad, what's cracking?
Hey, Unc, my son just told me to have two more kids because he don't want to have any more.
Tell my grandnephew I say pimpin', pimpin', and mo peep, pimpin', keep it pimpin',
But he
pimpin'.
did give me a wonderful granddaughter though, so I'm happy about that.
There you go. There you go. I wish you'd make him talk to my little knucklehead ass fucking sons of bitches. I need some grandbabies, man. I need
I got
somebody to ride around
I
on the golf
I,
cart with me.
I got 13 grandbabies.
Let me borrow a couple of them motherfuckers,
Oh,
Joe.
you could. I got a few to spare. You definitely can get. I got some in Arizona. They're not too far from you.
Okay, okay. And we're gonna get them educated. We're gonna get them, they're gonna have 850 FICO scores by the time they 15. They're gonna have LLCs with 80 pay daxes. And they're gonna have, yeah, they're gonna be in there like swimwear. They ain't gonna even have to go to college, but they're gonna go.
Hey, I could use a little bit of that. I'm gonna have to talk to you in the back channel.
I got you. I got you, baby. No worries. That's what I do. I owned a tax prep service called Refund Connection Express for 20 years. My sons wasn't interested in it, but I made so much fucking money it was goddamn illegal, dude. Yep. But like Sarah said, I'm old and broke down now, and I don't, at the ripe old age of 65, I shouldn't aspire to have fun and have sex, because it's icky, 65. He's having sex.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just joke with you, okay, or anybody. I literally told you guys I've been single for almost 3 years and celibate, and it's by choice, and I'm not into anything right now. So
And
it's
I
kind of
respect that. I
it's
respect
kind
you,
of
Sarah.
annoying when people keep telling me, "Oh, you have a crush on this guy or that guy," and all I do for anyone to say that is that I come on the stage and I talk with you men. Or I if I send a back channel to any guy, I do it with women too. It's like we need a room. It's only people who open room. I've done it to Roger. I've done it to Jeff. I've done it to JB. I've done it to Matt. I've done it to Kelly. I've done it to women too, not just men. Okay. But when you guys keep saying it, I don't appreciate it because I don't find it funny. And I feel like you guys just want to make me uncomfortable.
That's what we do in the hood, Sarah. It's called kicking the Willy Bobo. Go to a black barbershop one day and just sit there like wear a boy disguise and don't talk and just listen to the conversation that goes on in a black barbershop in the hood. Thin skin, you ain't gonna last in the hood, Sarah, because I mean it's just words, is all it is. And you shouldn't be feeling a certain kind. If you first, let me preface that.
Do you
If
know
you
where
feel a
my
certain
clinic
kind of
is?
way,
Unc,
if you feel a certain kind of way about the
Unc,
fact that you haven't did the thing in three
Unc.
years, that ain't on us. That's on
I
you.
just want to tell you that you're not good at reading people or anything at all. Do you want to know where my clinic is?
Where is your clinic, Sarah?
South LA in the Vernot Square. So don't tell me I can survive in the hood or I can't survive and I need to go to a barber shop. I have a clinic in the hood. Okay. So please just stop with the assumptions, thinking you know it all, thinking you know everything. Like, just please, just
And you've
stop.
had this conversation with black women in the hood about not having sex for 3 years. You've had that conversation with black women in the hood for 3 years, and they don't read you the riot act. They don't crack jokes with you about that.
I don't talk about this neither with my patients nor with
Oh,
my
okay.
students.
Okay. Okay. Well, there it is. Marshall, what up, boy?
Chilling, bro. How'd your golf game go today?
I haven't played yet. I'm at the automobile repair joint. I'm getting a little oil change on my little bucket, and as soon as they finish, I'm gonna slide on over to where am I gonna play today? I'm close to Painted Desert. I'm out off of Rancho and Ann, so I'm a probably Painted Desert is like I could throw a rock at it. I haven't played there in a while
Hey,
anyway,
hey,
so I'm gonna go
hey,
over there and play. Huh?
I asked my friend about the golf course he say he played in Vegas. It was real sandy. He told me the name. I fucking forgot. Start with the letter E. I
Desert
believe.
Pines.
Start with an E. You know what I'm talking about?
E, and it's sand.
Something. I'm gonna call
In
him.
you sure it's a E or not, and not a A?
I,
Aliante.
I'm gonna call him right now. I had to
Call
do
him now.
some reading.
Call him now. Call him now. Hey, they're having that father and son tournament thing tomorrow, Marshall. But Annika Sorenstam is playing with her son, and Nelly Quarter is playing with her dad. I played tennis with her dad, with Nelly Quarter's
Dude,
dad.
I love tennis. I am actually better at tennis than I am at golf.
I was
But
a
I love it.
semi-professional. That's how I got my full scholarship to the Citadel Military Academy, playing tennis.
Nice, dude. That's awesome.
Ain't that crazy? And they used to call me every name but a child of God in the hood. And you know the names they was calling me.
Yes,
Because
sir.
a young black man in the hood, not playing basketball, football, and baseball, but playing playing tennis. Really? Is that what you doing, bruh? What color panties you got on? That's the shit I used to have to listen to.
Well, glad it got you a bachelor's degree and an advanced degree, and you're better off for it, obviously.
Yep, it put me in the Marine Corps and got me educated. And yepper. Praise God. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh, dude, I had to learn the hard way. I always tell people I was at Texas A&M. Lord.
Is that you or us? You going in and out?
No, 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 no. I paused for a second. And now I forgot what I was going to say. I'm just looking at the sky here, and it's about to rain.
Oh, wow. So when are we all gonna get together and y'all come to Vegas and I rent a big ass fucking suite some fucking where and we just chop it up and Sarah can sock the shit out of me and I can like it and
Well, so
we
I
can.
got this. I'll drive from South Texas. Brad, I'll pick you up in
Uncle's
Galveston,
done for the
and we can all
day.
go
I
forward.
sent him in the audience. Please don't bring him on the stage anymore because I just asked him to be respectful. And then he just again repeated that Sarah's gonna suck the shit out of him, and that is just not acceptable.
He said sock, meaning punch him. He wasn't
Okay,
saying
whatever.
something.
Come on, Brad. We're not playing this game. I've asked him many times that I feel like he's harassing me.
Yeah, I'm not cool
Being
with
now
that.
you being disrespectful, Sarah. I said sock. That means slap or hit or whatever. You triggered. You need to get you some rest, girlfriend. We didn't had enough of your shit for one day. Okay? We've had enough of your shit for one fucking day. Take you a nap.
I was definitely working on moving it while I was trying to get Unk back on the stage. Yeah, she's gone too far with the green bean.
Yeah,
Uh,
man. God damn.
Yeah, dude,
You don't think
that
you
just so
tell
you know.
somebody you ain't had sex for 3 years and you think they're not gonna crack jokes about your ass? Really?
Oh, she
Man.
left. Never mind.
Yeah, good shit. Anyway, what was we talking about? Oh, you were
I'm talking
saying
about
Texas
golf
A&M?
courses and tennis.
No, you were saying you was at Texas A&M.
Oh, so I went to Texas A&M. I studied Middle Eastern history, and then A&M asked me to come back when I had better grades. Dude, I'm one of those people who should have stayed at home the first year of college and like worked a fucking job to like get a sense of responsibility. And like I fucked off my first college degree. So the next like when I go back, I pay for it myself, obviously, because we're one college family. Like you get one try. If you fuck it up, that's on you.
That part right there. College ain't for everybody, man. Shit, my oldest boy didn't go to college, and he rich as fuck. He knew what he wanted to. He didn't know what he wanted to do, but as things occurred in his life, he just, he made it up as he went. Had a job working on a delivery truck, on a Pepsi delivery truck at 16. Did that for a couple of years. Got his own truck. Did that for a few years. Bought him an 18 wheeler. Bought him another one. Bought him another one. He good. Ripe old age of 40. My baby in there like swimwear. My baby. 40 years old. 65. I mean 6'5".
Nice,
Six
nice,
foot
dude.
five.
Sounds like you raised a hell of a son.
You know what? I'm gonna give the credit where the credit is due. They mama raised them marvelously, marvelously. I couldn't have made, the most important decision that a man makes in his life is choosing the woman that he creates his legacy with. Yeah, these dudes is they my three. I posted a picture of them on my nickname is Freeway Shitty Slim, and I posted a picture of them. And my oldest son is Little Shitty. My middle son is Baby Shitty, and my baby is Tiny Shitty. The Shitty brothers.
Hey, I was just reading the chat, which I don't do often, but it is so weird how people were saying like there's no women on the stage, as if that was like what we preferred or something. Like, and
Right,
it's like they don't see.
right. Ain't
It's like
that shit hilarious?
it's like they don't see that she was like being like a tyrant or something. I don't. I just
Right,
don't. I don't get it. Like we just picking on her or something. That's odd. I
right.
don't. And plus Christians on the stage. I mean,
What
I don't get.
happened? Somebody got picked on? What?
Yeah, Unc got picked on. Yes,
Yeah, no
he was.
shit.
Yeah,
Who
Unc
did
got picked on,
that?
but they act like he was the aggressor somehow. That shit is weird.
What happened?
I
People
said that
call.
we should all get together, and I rent a big ass suite in Vegas, and we all meet each other. And
Oh my God, yes.
Sarah can sock the shit out of me, and she thought I said Sarah can fuck the shit out of me.
Oh
And I said,
no.
look, you drunk, you've been drinking too much, we tired of your shit, you've been doing this all fucking day, being, you know what I'm saying, wanting to be the center of attention.
Hey,
I heard her in another room, they was talking about electric cars, and she told some dude, just because somebody work hard to get a good job, they want to
right.
ride a nice car, you don't have the right. The man ain't said shit about having the right or not having the right to buy whatever kind of fucking car you can afford to buy.
The wildest thing, the people in the chat talking about, where's Roger? And honestly, and I mean, Roger has said,
Where's they daddy?
hold
Hey,
on,
look,
Roger,
where's daddy?
hold on. Roger has
Where's
said some,
daddy?
hold on,
Where's
he has,
daddy?
Roger say some of the most vile shit about women, like, you know what I'm saying? But it's okay
Man. And they
it's
don't
okay
even
when he
clack
say
back.
it, though. You know what I'm saying?
No,
It's okay
Yeah.
when he
Roger's
say it.
terrible. He's
But
scared of me.
it's his room. He should, I mean, this clubhouse, people try to be able to
Hmm.
say what they want to say. You know what I'm
Right, right,
saying?
right,
It's
right, right.
called leave
Exactly.
quietly.
I
You know
don't
what I'm
have
saying?
to be here. Yeah, I don't have to be in his room. I don't have to hear him talk. I think it's hilarious
And they
because,
act like Roger gonna come save the women. That is fucking
right.
hilarious.
No, I mean he will, like, if something really is unfair or something like that. If somebody really gets their feelings hurt, that kind of stuff. But you got to know what you're walking into, man. You don't go to healthy debates to feel good.
Christine, pick a
What?
son, any son, PTR.
What son?
Pick a son, any son,
What
PTR. Look at
son?
my PTR.
You want to hook me up with one of your sons?
Those are my
They're so
babies.
cute.
And the tallest one is the
They're
youngest. That's Bryson.
beautiful.
6'9". In the middle is 6'5", and over on the
Oh
right
my
with the blue
goodness.
is Bevion. He's 6'6".
They look very happy.
Them
Very healthy.
the shitty brothers. My nickname is Freeway Shitty Slim. So that's Lil Shitty, Baby
Goodness.
Shitty, and Tiny Shitty.
Hey, Unc, now,
Cute.
Now you got me started. PTR, those me and my two youngest.
Let me see.
Ah, nephew, look at my grand nephews
Oh,
right
look
there.
at
Yeah.
them. They're
Hey, we got
cuter
to
than
get
you
some golf
though.
clubs in their hands, bro. We got to get some golf
I
clubs
know
in their hand.
the 8-year-old
We
plays
got to
golf.
get some golf clubs in
No,
their hand
the 8-year-old plays. He plays with me all the time when I play.
so they can get a free.
Cute.
They can get a free education. They can meet, upwardly mobile people. I didn't say rich, but you can't play golf broke. So
Heck
the,
yeah.
the people they're gonna grow up playing golf with, they families got some bread. Yeah.
Yay. Hakima, your kids are cuter than you.
Hey, thank you. I
Kids
hope
is
that works out
always
better
cuter
for
than
them.
the damn parents. Shit.
Without a doubt.
Yay, children. You guys want to see my kids?
hey,
Hell
hey,
yeah.
hey,
Okay,
those,
so
hey, those,
here's.
hey,
Mm,
those two haven't been through 47 years of life, so life takes a toll.
yeah, it does. It does. And I'm very proud of every scar and every scrape. Okay, so you see my first girl in my profile picture already. That's Flower. Don't be mad at me. These are my kids. Leave me alone.
Why it ain't oh, there we go.
Okay, now PTR. And this is Christmas. Yes, a 5-year-old named my cats, and I kept it because it was too ridiculous. All right, so take a good look. 'Cause I got to change it now because I have a boy dog.
Why she playing
He's
with us,
ridiculous.
Kima?
You know what? I'm not playing with you.
I'm
So
thinking you
this
fixing
is
to have some beautiful little blonde haired, blue eyed little cutie pie, and then
okay.
you
Well,
posting all your damn animals.
first of all, I have dark hair. It's mildly curly. That's not gonna be blonde. But if you PTR, you'll see my little gray cat with my white dog. They are meowied. I didn't make this happen. The cat decided who's boss, and apparently it's our dog.
So when do we get to see a picture of you?
Me? I mean, I guess I could do one.
I don't see why not.
What it even looks like me now. Um, I think we're friends on Instagram. No, actually, I don't post anything on there anymore. All
Let
right,
me
let me look
see.
here. Oh, hold on,
Let
hold
me
on.
go on your Instagram and see if it say no post yet.
Bing, Bing. And
What
then
happened?
I
Why aren't
just
the girls here anymore? What happened? I just took a phone call and the whole shit. What happened here? What
Who is
happened? I'm
that?
reading the chat. This is Hills. What happened?
Hey, what up, Heels?
Did you
all,
make those girls mad?
I know all the women played victim because Sarah attacked. He didn't say
Come
anything wrong.
on.
He didn't say anything wrong to her. She attacked him. Then all the women act like we were
She took the
anti-women
liberty
somehow.
of misunderstanding some shit I didn't say.
Okay, since I'm a
I
girl's girl, I'm
wasn't
going to have
here.
to go figure it out, but I'm not going to take a side because I don't give a shit, honestly. It's just fucking Clubhouse. But what the fuck
She the
happened?
home girl. She the home
I don't know.
girl.
I
It ain't
wasn't
nothing wrong
here.
with her. That's
Kristen.
the home girl. She
All right, all
good.
right, all right, all
She
right.
just
I'm going to go
left.
back. Okay, there's Kristen, PT.
Yeah, that's me. PTR.
Ooh, goddamn.
You're sweet.
Lord have mercy. I
Oh,
think we used to
stop.
date in another life. I
You're so
promise you.
cute. Okay, you could be my
You the kind of
husband.
fine that I fuck with. Yes,
Oh
sir.
shit.
Yes,
See, that's the
sir.
problem. Is that I'm like, okay, married men need to stay the fuck away. Um, I
I
have
am so
grown.
not married. I got
No,
3
no,
ex-wives, but I am so
no,
not
that's not what
married.
I'm saying. You're so sweet. Thank you. No, I just seem to be yeah, yeah, the men I ain't messing around. I'm 48. Not like I'm looking for like settle down, like I'm gonna settle for whatever. But there's like, it's I'm I'm definitely looking to build. I'm not ready. I don't want to fuck around. I
There
mean,
you
it's
go.
just,
There it
yeah, it's
is.
just the way that it is. And
And ain't
I
nothing
wish I
wrong with
could.
that.
I've had enough time to play. I've had lots of time to play. I've had lots of wonderful things and lots of experiences. But yeah, for some reason, and I know that I know that I'm not special or anything like that. It's just that
Okay, hold
the
on. Time
married
out.
men
Push
seem to
pause.
really
Hold
love
on,
me.
hold on, hold
What,
on,
what,
hold
what,
on,
what?
hold
Hey,
on.
Marshall.
Now that
What?
you are my official niece, right?
Okay.
Be careful how
Oh,
the fuck you talk about yourself around me. Now, what you
oh,
say
all
about yourself
right.
when I ain't around, I
All
can't
right. I'm
gauge
just,
that. But watch it. You are special. Fuck you mean you ain't special. You special.
you
You know what I mean? Like I'm not like there's nothing when it comes to like I don't have some like I'm not a beacon of anything, you know. It's like I know I mean I'm cute enough to be attractive and like, "Hey, what up?" Yeah. But these married men, I tell you what, they're relentless. And I'm like, "Listen, you need to go right behind, you need to turn your ass around and you need to go talk to your lady. You need to just fuck right off, go to talk to your lady."
Okay, so now let's do the math on what you just said.
You know?
If you not a beacon, why is dudes that got wives already trying to holler at you?
Cuz that's what guys do and you know that. That's what guys do sometimes. Not all guys, but like that's what a lot of men do. They get into their
No, they
50s,
don't
they
holler
get
at any
bored.
old. They don't holler at any old female. They holler at beacons. That's what they holler at. Now tell me how you gonna tell me how men do better than I can tell you how men do. I
I don't.
just for the record, I happen to be a man, right?
You
Okay,
are?
I'm gonna tell you who I holler at.
All
And
right.
watch this. Hopefully it'll get every damn, it didn't do the whole thing, but you get the
What did
message.
what happened?
PTR. You see what my PTR say? What my
Our
PTR say?
chumba on to smile.
No. You are somebody's reason to
Aw.
smile.
Oh,
We
that's
all are
cute.
somebody's reason to smile. As long as you remember that shit, you
Okay.
smile. You keep your
Okay.
personality. Keep your
Okay.
sense of humor. That's
Okay.
what's sexy to real men.
All right.
Yeah, a woman with a fucking personality.
I am.
Big
I'm a little
booties and
sassy. Yes.
boobs and all that shit, that's just, you know what I'm saying? That's just a bonus.
Yeah.
And Christian, put that damn crochet needle down and get out there and live. I thought you was some old looking big fat old lady or something out there crocheting your life away in misery. You better get out there and live your life, woman. What's wrong with you?
I'm so. I'm so dead. You know what? A girl's got to have useful things to do. I am useful if I'm in a survival situation.
Not with a
Yeah.
crochet needle. Hold on, not with a crochet needle.
Well, I'm more subtle with my warfare, so I can sharpen the other end of the stick. I actually don't go anywhere in public without a pencil in my hair or a hair, like a hair, what do you call them? Hair stick, because I just can't. I trust enough, but I watch.
Not that you think about it, but this question is for the men. No, this statement is for the men. Put a one in the chat if goddamn it you'll put Kristen in a headlock, and put a two in the chat if not. Watch how
You
many
put
watch
me
how
in a
many
headlock.
ones they fix. Yeah, you know what that means, right? In the hood, that means they
Mm-hmm.
would cuff you.
Oh.
Yeah, they would make you their woman. Yeah, that's what that means.
Okay.
Look at all them ones in the chat.
Nobody's paying attention. Nobody's
Okay,
paying attention.
they
It's all
just
right.
being contrarian because they know you fine. Because they know you
You're so
fine. That's all.
cute. Thank you.
Here, I put enough in there for everybody.
I'm putting my cat picture back on because I'm an old grizzly lady who likes to knit. Where's my? Yes, I'm gonna wear my red hat. So what else is going on, guys? Oh, I can tell you this. I'm gonna go see a Steely Dan cover band today. I'm so excited.
Asia, when all your dime dressing is
Yeah.
through, I'll come to you.
Hey,
Yeah.
Down,
hey,
down, down, down. Huh?
Yeah.
I just kicked that guy out the room. That was Adrian. That was Edmund. I should have gave you a second to see one of his profiles. He was
Who was that?
Okay.
Adrian Dittman. He's coming to record room.
Oh.
He's the weirdo.
Oh, okay.
Eh.
I wish they'd hurry the fuck up and give me my goddamn car back so I can go play golf. Shit.
Speaking of which, I
They're
need to.
about to annoy me now.
What's going on?
I'm at the fucking place getting my oil changed on my car and they taking forever. Shit. It's
How much are
going
they
on
charging there?
130. I'm only gonna be able to pay 9 holes or some stupid shit. Huh?
How much are they charging?
Oh, I was fixing to say something. Damn.
I'm sorry. Golf? Cold?
No, no, that wasn't what I was fixing. I was fixing to say something else. What was I fixing to say?
I don't know.
I can't remember. I think I was fixing to ask Brad a question. I think.
What about Adrian? Maybe?
Uh, what was I fixing to ask Brad? Brad's smart as fuck. Whenever I get access to him, I
Mm-hmm.
like to ask him shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
He really
Oh, I
showed.
know what I was about to say.
What?
I know what I was
Okay.
about to say. Brad, let's get down the rabbit hole. I seen a fucking drone last night, broski. I'm riding down the 215, going to Henderson to see a little honey dip, and I see some shit up in the air. And I'm used to airplanes flying the fuck into, Harry Reid Airport, and this some of my bitch ain't moving, and it's way too high up to be on top of one of these mountains that we surrounded by out here in Vegas. And yeah, because at first I wasn't even paying attention to this drone sighting shit, like ignorant motherfuckers just drinking too much alcohol and drinking too much and smoking too much weed. But I promise you, I seen a fucking something. Yep, it wasn't no damn airplane and it wasn't no helicopter. It was blinking and all kind of shit. What y'all think about this drone thing? You think it's real, or you think they still pissing in the wind and telling us it's raining?
Honestly, I think the drones are just civilians, and I think it's just overhype. I see a lot of drones all over the place. Maybe there's some military things. Honestly, the drones have been around for so long, I'm kind of used to them, so I don't pay much attention to it. I'm going to be honest with you. I just go about my day. I'm less concerned about aliens and drones and that stuff as I go. There's more serious problems that I think the country faces. Drone is just another. Uh, here's a shiny object. Have this for a while.
Oh, okay. Okay. Steve is back. Did we get the money, Steve? Do I need to come and pick you up and take you home safe so don't nobody stick you up or rob you or shit?
Yeah, I'm safe. I'll tell you that.
Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Nisi, Christine,
Yes, sir.
PTR.
I I think that this thing. Who's that cute little man?
That's me when I was 17.
Toot you.
I was cute.
You're adorable.
You know when that picture
Very
was
scary.
taken? 1976.
That's when I was born.
I was
Wow.
I wasn't even born till a year later. Wow, that was a long time ago.
Well, at least y'all parents knew each other.
Not
Probably not.
necessarily. I mean, they knew each other, but I
Sometimes when
mean,
I show people that picture, they be like, I can tell them your parents didn't even know each other when I took that picture. You wasn't a champagne cocktail.
Okay. Okay. I know it's no competition, but PTR,
what?
that's me in 1972.
Oh, let me see. Oh my God, they're toot. Guys, then you grow up to be these like wiry, sassy little shits.
And by the way, that picture was purposely taken in black and white. We had color back then, but that was purposely taken in black and white.
We had
Damn, Steve O, you had some game to you, boy.
that is so
1972, baby,
funny.
1972.
That is
You know what that picture says? You know what that picture says? It says, quote, "Yeah, right," close quote.
Look at that hair. Look at all that hair.
That picture
So cute.
says, lady, you're too damn old for me. Kick
Let
rocks.
me see if I can find one. I don't promise anything, so don't hold your breath, but see if I can find something.
Don't you put no fine ass picture of yourself when you was 17 up on this damn thing.
Oh
I will
no.
sick my kids on you in a
I,
heartbeat.
you're so funny. You're so dumb. I okay, let's see here. No, where is my little picture? I'll have to find it.
Damn, I just read the thing. 41% of young voters say United Healthcare CEO killing is acceptable. What in
Yeah,
the fuck
I
is
mentioned
wrong with us, man?
that to you 45 minutes ago when I posted it.
Yeah. I didn't know you posted that, Steve. That's just a goddamn shame.
I lean on the side of those kids. I lean to that side
Please share with us why you would lean to the side of them kids.
because insurance companies are corrupt and they're not doing anything about it. The government is not doing anything about it. Like somebody has to do something about it. I'm not gonna
Not
go kill.
kill nobody though,
I'm
Not
not
Akima.
gonna go.
murder?
Not murder nobody,
Hell
dog.
no. Where
uh,
does it
That
stop?
man got kids and a
Where
wife,
does it
dude,
stop?
just like you and me.
This country is founded and sustained on murder. So let's not be so don't
No, no.
Yeah, but if everybody
let's
jump
not
off
clutch
a
our
mountain,
pearls.
Kima, we ain't
Mm-mm.
jumping with them.
I
Let's
did
not
not
clutch
want
our pearls.
JFK to be
If
shot. I did
everybody
not want
jump off a
Abraham
mountain, we
Lincoln
is
to
not
be shot.
jumping with them, bro.
Hell no. Murder is not the answer. It never
Yeah,
is.
that's not. Yeah,
When
This
the
you
hell are
know,
you
country,
the
going to
Marine
stop?
Corps taught me that.
this country is bombing over there in Syria right now. They're
Yeah, all
bombing.
that kind of shit, that kind
Yeah,
whatever. It is
yeah,
not the right thing to do.
you can't dismiss it. This country is founded on murder.
Mm-mm.
It's called monkey see, monkey do.
Mm-hmm. But you know what? When you get to a certain way of civilian of being civilized, that is uncivilized behavior. That's ridiculous.
Allowing these insurance companies to do what they do is uncivilized as well.
That is uncivilized, and that's just despicable. There is no
And you know
redemption for
what? That's
somebody
why
like
my
that.
kids. That's why my sons say they
Mm-mm.
not having no kids. They say, "Fuck that, pops.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't bringing no kids into this goofy ass world."
That's why I'm 48 and I have cats and a dog.
You gonna teach them how to play golf?
I could. Oh, I think my little redhead would be really good at it. She likes to chase. She's very good at
You
playing
like
tag.
chasing the ball?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'm
She
not
likes to.
good with
I throw.
animals.
Yep, you are too. I bet you.
I'm not. We
You
had
just
a
don't
dog
know what
named
to do.
Westside. It was a pit bull. My
This
little
guy is
brother
very
used to
sweet.
raise
Thank
them.
you. I'm allergic to dogs, but I can have hypoallergenic ones, and that's why I have my little white fluff.
You are allergic to dogs, but you can have
Yeah.
hyperallergenic ones.
Yeah. They have hair instead of fur.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
thing. Yeah, isn't that
Oh,
crazy? Yeah.
yeah, that's crazy.
Uh-huh.
So dogs have hair, not fur. Some dogs have hair, not fur. I'm learning
Mm-hmm.
something. Tell me more.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah.
What are them little dogs that look like they dead? All they ain't got hair or fur. They just got skin.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's my dog. They're called Chinese Cresteds.
Yeah, that's what it's called. That
I
you
do
just
not
said.
recommend. They are cute, but they are the most obstinate little shits, and they're so
Ha ha
fucking
ha ha
loud. I'm
ha
sorry for my
ha.
language, but
They got
oh my.
attitudes like a motherfucker, huh?
Okay, so I got him from a rescue. All right. He had been abused, so I give him that. Like maybe he's just damaged because somebody abused him and is sad. So I just would work with. He's been a project and it's been on 10 years now, and he's doing great. Very proud of him. This breed, though, I had no idea. I just need a hypoallergenic dog. That's all, and I want to rescue. And he was the only one available. I said okay. So he's Chinese crested. I'm like, yeah, he looks like a Maltese and a poodle mix. I don't really care, frankly, but so I look more into the Chinese crested stuff. And yeah, he is, because they have distinct, like, I'm not kidding. His teeth are like shark teeth. They're serrated. They're ratters. They're actually, they're African. They're from Africa. They're not from China, which is weird because they're called Chinese crested. It's just really weird. And they're so loud because they're supposed to be on a ship. But they're funny. They are funny dogs. Like if you see them on like YouTube, they're funny. They have little personalities that are hilarious, and he is a little shit. He's hilarious. But they're a lot. They don't listen.
This room has died. Time to call the coroner.
Yeah, you can close it if you want to. I mean, I think as soon as I started talking about cats, people are like, "And I'm out."
No, it started with Sarah and her deception.
Uh,
Yeah, you can go ahead and close it. It's not a good look for Roger's room.
yeah, it's cool. Okay, bye guys. I'll talk to you later.